In a continuous race for cost reduction and efficiency, while striving to deliver exceptional student and staff experience, education institutions crave for sustainable development. Conversational AI technology works hand-in-hand with virtual experiences, cloud-first and mobile-first skills, empowering education institutions to continue to develop based on already gained traction during the COVID-19 crisis. Leveraging conversational AI, Druid delivers intelligent process automation and augmentation, expedites enrollment processes, improves retention, and helps students to succeed on the long run. With Druid, it's now easier than ever to handle more requests and deliver a total experience for students, faculties, and supporting staff anytime, anywhere. Enhancing student engagement starts from the first interaction. Druid captures the student's interest and quickly provides personalized info about programs and dates, course catalog, scholarships, on-campus housing, dining options, tuition, and more. The journey continues with streamlined admissions process by automating enrollment and applications and clarifying admissions requirements. After the admission, conversational onboarding and continuous engagement are automatically triggered around various topics, such as orientation, course availability and content, transcript copies, and tuition payment. Covering the entire student journey, Druid Virtual Assistant intelligently handles self-service activities like portal logins, passwords resets, submitting papers for grading, extending to graduation and alumni engagement. Druid AI-driven virtual assistants seamlessly bring any faculty information system closer to students and deliver a true omni-channel experience, SMS, Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, etc., suited for millennials and Gen Z behavior. All without extensive effort for deployments, reduced time to value, and quick ROI. The power of intelligent virtual assistants extends also towards staff services, significantly improving the recruitment process, providing instant access to personalized online teaching resources, managing benefits and compensations, simplifying grading and marking queries, solving IT help desk's requests, or simply acting as a teacher's assistant. Start using an AI-driven conversational campus today to automate student and faculty interactions and thrive in the digital age. The retail world is changing fast. Customers today are digitally savvy, eager to experiment, and have greater expectations from their buying interactions with their favorite retailers and brands. According to McKinsey's latest Consumer Pulse survey, the loyalty shakeup is growing as more and more customers continue to shift to different brands and retailers in 2022, even more than at the beginning of the pandemic. Their behavior has been radically transformed by the pandemic. Customers are now keen to try something different, making innovation and automation an imperative for brands that want to win or win them back. An effortless, exceptional customer experience is crucial for retail success in this new environment. Your customers want to be in charge of their shopping process. They want to shop when and from where it suits them, which means convenience is now a top priority when choosing a retailer. The ability to connect and interact with a retailer with maximum flexibility is a growing mandatory requirement from customers going through a purchasing process and is becoming a prerequisite for your client retention rate. Retailers can use conversational AI to ensure 24/7 availability and an experience that ticks all the boxes for even the most demanding customers. Conversational virtual assistants allow customers to chat with a customer service agent, ask questions, get personalized recommendations, read reviews, and complete purchases. Customer service in the form of an AI virtual assistant engaging in an interactive conversation with your clients is the most common use case that retailers can implement to enhance the customer experience. Conversational AI helps to streamline live orders by automating order processing and enabling real-time product suggestions, proactively or on request. It can assist your customers to return unwanted products and do delivery tracking directly while interacting with them in a human-like manner. By using conversational AI, retailers can become better at delighting customers, thus increasing revenues while saving time and money internally. On a competitive global market, HR's role is shifting from performing repetitive administrative tasks towards creating a beneficial employee experience that ultimately brings value to the entire organization. To tackle those challenges, organizations must employ modern digital HR tools to simplify processes, increase productivity, and, in the end, boost employee experience. According to Gartner, large enterprises across industries already see AI-driven chatbots as the future of everything that's happening in HR. Adding conversational AI to your HR processes means you can automate any type of HR task, like leave management, benefits and compensation, FAQ, training and development, performance, or time management. A virtual assistant has the power to emulate any kind of conversation an employee would have with an actual HR representative. Moreover, it answers any question in a personalized manner 24/7. This seamless interaction saves time and provides employees with a positive, satisfying experience. AI-powered virtual assistants are also transforming the recruitment and onboarding experiences. Recruiting chatbots successfully help their human partners throughout the entire recruitment process, collecting and processing candidates' information, scheduling interviews, and assisting HR reps with actionable insights. Later, once the employee is hired, the AI chatbots help the HR team by automatically filling in all the required documentation and then guiding the new employee through the initial orientation. They provide trainings on policies, roles, and responsibilities while handling on the spot any onboarding questions. Druid Conversational Business Applications can help HR teams to automate up to 80% of repetitive HR tasks, optimize access to information, get 30% of their productive time back instantly, revolutionize employee experience, reduce 100% of the time spent responding to common HR questions, enable instant resolutions, and 24/7 availability. Hundreds of organizations across the world are already using Druid's HR conversational applications to automate repetitive tasks and create meaningful experiences for their employees. Join the automation revolution and empower your HR to unleash its true potential and go beyond the wall of mundanities.
Social landlords supply over 4.4 million affordable homes and services across the UK to millions of individuals, but face constant pressure from stakeholders such as tenants, local communities, governments, lenders, third-party service providers, and the list keeps growing. Failure to maintain standards can have significant consequences for their budgets and reputation. Conversational AI helps grow tenant and employee satisfaction, providing 24/7 multi-channel and multilingual support, while reducing staff workload and improving budget efficiency. Eva, our conversational AI assistant, enables a self-serve experience, providing residents with a comprehensive list of services within the chat. This includes proactive notifications for vital aspects such as utility cutoffs, due dates for rent payments, late rent payments, and annual equipment maintenance. Additionally, residents can view their current bills and select to make partial or full payments. This provides significantly improved service functionality compared to a traditional portal, by actually dealing with the request and not pushing it down the line to an operator. Eva supports residents in reporting maintenance issues and scheduling repairs. It enables residents to upload photos or videos of the problem, allowing the repair team to better understand the issue and deliver more first-time resolutions. Eva will notify the repair person of the scheduled appointment and provide them with the conversation history and uploaded images. This helps to reduce the costs associated with the intervention, particularly eliminating the need to make a return visit. Additionally, tenants can easily modify or cancel their appointments in the chat, helping you to manage your interventions more efficiently. The Complaints module enables residents to provide feedback and report antisocial behavior or any other issues, helping you to prioritize and improve service levels. Eva allows residents to directly contact a human agent through live chat functionality. In addition to updating personal information, applying for a home, or getting onboarded into the system, tenants can speak to a human agent if needed. This ensures the resident speaks to the correct team that can deal with their query, reducing the number of steps and resources required for early resolution. Conversational AI offers a solution designed to significantly improve communications with more first-time resolutions, reduce inbound calls to contact centers, and step change the customer experience, boosting resident and employee satisfaction and helping you lower your operational costs. Druid and Enterprise RPA, partnering for the future of AI-powered housing associations. Delivered today.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you just come in, don't be shy. It looks like an Irish wedding where everybody stays at the back, but please come toward the front. Look, welcome to Druid Symbiosis 2, the evolution of Druid in the generative AI age. And I can't believe it's been 12 months since we last met. I can, when you look at the technology landscape and you understand everything that's happened, particularly generative AI. Now look, some things don't change. And when I say some things don't change, despite the technology landscape changing, really great people, really great technology, and great partnerships like Druid have with Microsoft and Roboyo, Liberty Global, EY, Enterprise RPA, those things don't change. Great businesses are made up of great people and great technology. Why are people excited about this particular technology? It isn't just generative AI, because generative AI on its own doesn't necessarily do a great deal. It's when you put generative AI in with other technology, particularly conversational AI, that's when you get amazing things to happen. And today, what you are going to hear is about the amazing technology that has been created by Druid, and that's going to be the first part of today's presentation. You're going to see demonstrations live. And that in itself should give you some belief and some faith that it's not pre-recorded, that the team believe in the technology so much that they're happy to stand on stage and show you it working. Dan did it last year. He wasn't nervous in the slightest. I'm sitting there shaking, but it works. And the technology has been improved since. And you're going to hear from Dan, Elena, and a lot of other people about the tech side of things. Later on, you're going to hear from all of the customers. You're going to see use case after use case in so many different industries. It's phenomenal. And you should be able to walk away today with really great examples of how this technology is impacting businesses. And then you yourself and your own organizations can start to implement some of those things today. Look, before I bring Livu up on stage to talk about, to kick off today, let me just do one last thing, which is the usual. Look, in event of fire, you'll hear me screaming, running that toward that direction, back up the stairs. Please follow me in that way. Let me bring Livu up on stage, folks. Round of applause. I wish you a wonderful day.
Thank you. You are coming to that event. It's a moment I have dreamed some of time. So today it's an action pack, but before the days begin, I would like to tell you a little bit about the plan for today. We would like to talk about the future and about exactly the evolution we have created in the last year. I'm thrilled to inform, I think many of you know that we raised a financial round around 35 million for a valuation at 100 million of our company. So that I'm talking just only you to know that we are ready to invest more in the product and how to promote in a better way our solutions. Our investors have been interested in Druid with confidence and recognizing the unique way in which we have integrated our platform with generative AI. And that's, I think, it's an extremely important stone corner in our evolution. This year, our work fills a large part of our life. And the only way to be truly happy is to create a great job. And every day with a fresh, we create again a great job. So I'm very grateful in front of my people who are working not only very hard, but with a lot of talent in order to update to what is happening now and to create the future. And you'll see how amazing product you'll see today. So it's very important you to know that even like child proud, we have worked even greater than you believe with love and joy. So today I'm very happy to introduce to you the Megabot. I would like to have introduce to you the Megabot. If in the past we talk about conversational AI, we talk about chatbot or virtual assistants. And then we went further than the market, and we have created CBA, which was launched in a way last year. Conversational Business Application. Now I would like to change in Conversational Business Integration to highlight the capability of our platform to do a smooth integration in the information system of a client. Because up to the end, the success of such a platform is to be in a smooth integration, an intimate integration. Now, we have gone even further, and we have created the Megabot, which is a conversational robot with business knowledge, empowering generative AI. So it's exactly the subject of today. We think that we create the future through this Megabot, which is a sum of conversational AI, of conversational business application, and generative AI. So Megabot is like a conductor for all the process you'd like to do. Megabot has business knowledge. He's an intelligence how to manage the business process. And this is exactly the magic part which my colleague will show to you. Because it's so important to have a platform with business knowledge, with intelligent knowledge. The reason that we have this business knowledge is because we have in a native way integration with generative AI, with RPA, with Salesforce, with SAP, with document understanding, with electronic signature, and with all the channels. And so that means that Megabot has a fantastic advantage. The integration of generative AI in our platform is possible. You have to choose. You have the freedom to choose if you want to generative through Microsoft Azure, OpenAI, or through LLM based on our technology, our Druid LLM. The advantage of Druid LLM, which is launched today, gives you the control, total control of the generative AI in a very safe business and also safe infrastructure. So that is extremely important to have this freedom to choose if you want to go through OpenAI or our LLM, which is independently of any version model. It's under our control, and all the elements of the platform are staying in just only one place. So it's possible and is valid on premises or in cloud. And that was exactly so important to launch LLM under our Megabot. So it's not just a platform integrated with generative, it's a Megabot who manages the entire business like intelligent robot. So I will allow my colleagues to show to you, but I'm sure that our happiness and success will have been seen in your eyes. Thank you.
Look, what we've got, you can hear my microphone. What we got is Soren Pest, the cloud solution architect dining in from Microsoft. So this is going to be virtual. Microsoft are obviously a key partner of Druid, and as Liviu himself mentioned, You have the Microsoft LLM and you have the Druid LLM, which allows you a choice. So let's hear Soren just online for the next moment, and then after that we're going to bring Andrea up, because what you're going to see today is a lot of practical demonstrations of the technology itself. So rather than seeing something in theory alone, you're going to start to see this technology working live. Let me introduce Soren on the state of AI from the Microsoft perspective.
Hi, thanks, Kieran. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me well. If not, just let me know. But good morning again, and super happy to be here. My name is Sorin Peste. I'm a solution architect with Microsoft, and for the past 15 years or so, I've been working with customers trying to implement AI in their business, and partners like Druid trying to make this AI enhance their solutions. And today I'm going to give you a short 20-minute rundown on the current state of AI, of generative AI. And it is generative AI because this is basically the hot topic in the AI space at the moment, isn't it? And even though it may seem like it's a new topic, the truth is that it has been available for a while now for thinkers, for geeks, for technical people. I think GPT-2 was launched somewhere in 2019. That was the first kind of somewhat useful version of generative models for text. But it has really been pushed into the spotlight in the past year with the launch of ChatGPT. I guess it was pretty much a year now, almost a year now. But that application has burst into the scene and it has caught on like wildfire. It is the fastest consumer application to get to 100 million users, and it took only 2 months to get to that number, whereas something like Facebook took 5 years, and even TikTok took 9 months or 10 months to get the same numbers. So it was wildly successful, and a lot of people wanted to experiment and see what they can do with that technology. And it was obviously, you've seen all the news articles, you've probably played with ChatGPT yourself. And even the people who put these models like GPT-4, the latest model that's available in ChatGPT to the test, they found out that it was actually able to solve all sorts of problems that were across a wide range of subject topics. And it was actually able to, for example, pass the bar exam or consistently score in the upper 80s, lower 90s percentiles for various SATs. And it was also able to summarize documents, rewrite certain paragraphs, even generate things like poetry. So it was a tool that was really useful and was really easy to use if you used it right. And it basically introduced people to this kind of concept of AI that can generate things itself and not just spew a pre-configured answer from some sort of a database. But the other thing is that because this technology was adopted so quickly and was available so quickly, a lot of people essentially built their understanding as to what generative AI can or cannot do based on their interaction with ChatGPT. Some more, curious people, like technical people, may have played with other models, they may have tried different things. But a lot of people basically opened ChatGPT, tried a few things. Maybe they liked it, maybe they didn't. But that was essentially the base for them forming an opinion as to, hey, this is something that you can use for this topic, but for not for this scenario, for instance. And inevitably, along with the praise, also came the criticism. I'm sure you've all heard it. Maybe you've experienced it yourself. I actually asked ChatGPT a question, and it provided an answer that was kind of sounded plausible at first. But if you read it thoroughly, you can see that maybe there are some inconsistencies there. There may be some facts that were just made up on the spot, and maybe ChatGPT even provided a helpful link as a reference to some web page or some paper. Presumably supporting its answer, but if you click that link, you just found out that it was just a generated link that led nowhere. So this is the well-known, well-understood now hallucination problem, where this generative AI can sometimes generate content that is incorrect. Or maybe you asked ChatGPT another question and it provided an answer that was out of date because it could have told you that its knowledge only goes so far up in time, and it was not actually able to provide up-to-date information that would have been more useful. And then on top of all those things, we also had the very valid concerns about data privacy. Basically, if I'm taking my private data and pasting it into ChatGPT, then will OpenAI get a hold of that data and use that data to further train its models and essentially make that data part of the publicly available knowledge of those models? So maybe in some future version of ChatGPT, it will actually use my data to answer questions from other users. So all of these are valid questions, and if you were thinking about, okay, how can I actually adopt this technology, certainly if you're trying to think about ways to adopt this technology in business scenarios, this is enough to make you think twice about adopting such a technology. But the point is that a lot of people basically just looked at ChatGPT and figured, okay, this is probably the best, the state of the art. So if ChatGPT goes like this, then I guess those are where the limits of the technology lies, which is not the case. And I'm not going to go into the entire history of OpenAI and Microsoft in the next 15 minutes, but the short version of this is that OpenAI is basically using the Microsoft Cloud to do the research, to train these models, to improve them, to test them, to continuously update them with knowledge and capabilities. They also use our Microsoft Cloud Microsoft Azure Cloud to serve their own first-party services, products, like, for example, ChatGPT, which is hosted on the Microsoft Cloud. And in turn, Microsoft can then take these models like GPT-4 and offer them to businesses in a secure, private, and compliant manner. So then you can then cover the scenarios that are relevant to your business, and only the scenarios that are relevant to your business, with your own data that remains yours, data that is not shared with OpenAI and is not used to improve the OpenAI models. It is not shared within Microsoft to improve other Microsoft products. Basically, the data is only used, is run through the model to provide you with the answer that you're looking for, and that's it. And the data is then protected by compliance and security controls that are on your side, essentially. So we don't we don't use the data, we don't share with OpenAI, we don't use it to improve our products. You can use it with peace of mind that the data is only used by you and only available to improve the models that you use in your own enterprise. One example of such productization, so for example, GitHub Copilot, which was launched earlier this year, and I think it was the first real service that was part of the GitHub family, of the Copilot family, which is this AI pair programmer that can help developers write better code, write faster code, generate code automatically, generate documentation, explain code, find bugs, automatically create tests for the code. So it is this kind of productivity enhancer for developers that can help them develop code faster and eliminate some of the tedious aspects of writing code. So the tediousness exists in all domains, and obviously it exists in software development as well. When this has been very well received by the developer community, it's actually quite capable, and you can use this today from GitHub. The Copilot family has since grown. Since March, when we announced GitHub Copilot, and Microsoft has this roadmap to implement these intelligent generative AI-powered assistants throughout the Microsoft product suite. So we have now Microsoft 365 Copilot, for instance, which brings these copilots, these generative copilots into applications like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, and Teams, for instance. We have integration with Dynamics to help you make sense of your customer base. Power Platform, now if you want to generate applications, you'll very, very soon just be able to talk to an agent, and they will basically generate an application based on your Word-based instructions. Security, this will help you make sense of your security or telemetry data, again, in a conversational manner. And GitHub, which I've already mentioned. So this will be like first-party products that Microsoft offers. Some of them are available today, some of them are upcoming. But you also have, okay, so let's also do a quick example. So this is a glimpse of what Copilot would look like in a tool like Outlook. And you will be able to, for instance, to go through an email thread, like a huge email thread with like 20 replies and so on, and make you a quick summary of what was discussed and what was proposed, so you don't have to read the entire thread. It would be able to help you draft a reply, where you can just give it like the initial pointers and maybe also make references to other documents, like maybe you want to include some information from an Excel or from a Word document in your reply. It will basically just draft a proposal of a reply for you, and then you have the options to adjust that, maybe make the reply shorter, make your tone a bit more neutral or a bit more professional. And then you have a productivity enhancer that can help you go about your day and do your work a lot faster. So that's just one example of Copilot in Outlook. But the Azure OpenAI service itself, which is stands at the base of all of this, is also available to be used and integrated in your own solutions in a secure, compliant, and a private manner, like I mentioned. So this is Azure OpenAI service, which Livio has also mentioned briefly in the beginning. These are basically the GPT models available to be integrated in your own solutions and in partner solutions. And there are quite a few capabilities that we have been working with customers throughout the year to implementing generative AI in their own business. And these are the main areas that we see as use cases for this. Content generation is the big one. And there's a lot of call center analytics throughout this kind of spectrum of use cases, because that's where a lot of customer interaction happens through multiple channels, email, chat, voice, and so on. So all of this can be brought down to text, and then you can do all sorts of things with the information there, including automatically generating responses to customer inquiries, for instance, or do summarization of the entire conversation log that you had with that customer. There's this kind of mantra in customer support that the customer should only tell their story once. So it'd be really useful the next time they call or write an email that you have a summarized history of all their interactions, so you know exactly what the customer has been experiencing in the past and what is their current situation. There's a lot of subject matter expert document analysis. So there's a lot of summarization, a lot of people who are doing financial analysis or ESG analysis for investing, and even legal analysis. A lot of the people in the legal space that want to very quickly understand which of the body of 1,000 documents that are potentially relevant to a particular problem are actually containing useful information. And they can get this information in natural language by just asking for what they need. There's also the area around code generation. I've already talked about GitHub Copilot, but a lot of developers use code generation to convert natural language into code or vice versa. You can use this natural language to also query your data. You can use natural language to document your code, to test your code automatically, to find bugs in your code. It's really, really powerful and a productivity enhancer for developers. Then there is the kind of broad area of semantic search. Essentially, you can connect these chatbots to your own data. You can, instead of asking generic information from ChatGPT based on what it has been trained to up to 2022 or whatever, you can connect it to your own knowledge base of internal procedures, internal documents, a wiki, knowledge base, anything that you have, your databases, any kind of source of information that you have, and then you can just tell those models to reply using information from that space. And it's really useful for information discovery, for answering customer questions, for answering internal user questions, and for knowledge mining as well. So connecting these models to your data, to your own data, is really where the value lies. It also enables true conversational AI, and it actually allows, if you put the GPT models in charge of the customer conversation flow, it can enable this kind of non-linear conversation flows where it's able to predict what the user actually wants to achieve. It's really able to understand the meaning of what the user actually needs to do from very scarce information and from making a lot of inferences about the past context and the past conversation that they had. It's able to do context shift very, very accurately. So if the customer all of a sudden has some sort of a new request or some additional request that they want to add on, they can just type it in, and the model is actually able to pick that up and insert it into the entire business flow. So it's a really, really powerful tool to enable true conversational AI, and hopefully you'll see more of that during the sessions today. Like I said, the ability to add and point these models to your own data is really, really powerful, because then you can enable scenarios that make use of that data and not just the public data that ChatGPT was trained with. So you can just add your data sources, and then you can enable scenarios like in the right, you see in the right there, where you may have, like, for example, an intelligent agent that sits by the side of your customer support agent, your human customer support agent, and they can pick up the question that was asked by the user, by the customer, and then you can actually just query your knowledge base, query your internal documents, query your internal past chat logs from all the other support calls that you had, and be able to provide a specific answer. Like, for example, you can actually solve this issue by doing these specific steps, and you can choose to send that to the customer, maybe you change it a little bit. And then you can also ask follow-up questions, like how much do we actually charge for that particular thing. So essentially, this will be like your expert or your say your escalation engineer available nonstop 24/7, which is a really good productivity boost as well. And you can do this in a secure way. Your data is stored security in your Azure subscription. It is not shared with anyone else, including other teams in Microsoft or OpenAI itself. There's also a good way to keep the AI grounded. So you will typically, when you develop these kind of scenarios, you will typically want these AIs to only limit their answers to that specific topic. So if there's a specific question that they want that is from that business domain or from that specific area that you want them to answer to, you can provide that answer, you can provide references, and these references will not be hallucinations, because they will actually be the actual documents from your knowledge base that the answer was compiled from. So no more hallucinations in that regard, because the information is actually queried essentially live before the answer is compiled to the user. And this is actually a good difference between a public-facing application like ChatGPT, which is designed to answer all sorts of potential scenarios, hundreds of potential scenarios, and the ways to answer questions, to something very specific that you are trying to solve in your own workflow, in your own business workflow. And you can also, in the same vein of keeping the AI grounded, is you can actually tell it to stay on topic. So if the question is outside the realm of what you've designed it to work for, you can just politely refuse and say, I can actually not provide this information to you. So sorry about that. You'll have to ask someone else, or you'll have to ask me a question about the actual domain that I'm working with. And this can be like mildly or completely different from the actual topic that you've trained it on. So if there's a question completely unrelated to the topic, they will not try to make up an answer. It will actually tell you that either it doesn't know the answer, or that the answer is not within the realm of its ability to answer. So the things that are generally perceived as negative with an application like ChatGPT can be mitigated quite successfully if you use Azure OpenAI and configure these agents correctly. But the thing is, configuring these agents correctly is one step of the process. There are two ways to go about it, especially if you've never tried to adopt generative AI in your business. You could certainly make a go of trying to go at it alone and learn all the best practices, learn what to do, what not to do, and how to configure these things in a secure way, and how to set them up so it actually does what you want and doesn't do the things that you don't want it to do. But for most customers, at least from my experience, the better approach is to partner with a company like Druid, who has already essentially done all the legwork of integrating such technologies into a business solution. Because while the models have been researched by OpenAI and have been offered as a service by Microsoft, they're essentially just a service. You still need some sort of application or business solution to give it legs, to make it real into your own products. So Druid AI would be the perfect partner for that. We've certainly worked with them. Personally, I've worked with them in quite a few customer accounts. Hopefully, some of them will be presented as well later in the conference. But this will be, I think, your fastest path to success, especially if you've never worked with generative AI before in a business setting. Okay. That's everything that I had for today. Hopefully I've kind of given you a glimpse as to what the present is, because this is no longer the future, this is just the present. And I think that Druid will do a great job of showing you exactly how you can apply this technology to solve business issues in your company. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you an amazing day going forward.
It's kind of exciting and kind of scary when you see what's possible now that wasn't possible 12 months ago. In a moment, we're going to meet Dan, the Chief Product Officer, and Elena, the Director of Product, who are going to walk you through what Druid can do and what Druid can enable. And what was really fascinating as I was preparing for this segment, I was talking about Dan and Elaine, about the amazing individuals they are, about the work they actually do with their customers. So they spend a lot of time on conversations, actually working out, the reason why behind customers do the things they do. So they create a great product that actually fits in with what customers want. And I noticed Dan as well, he's a visionary, as is Elena, and they spend a lot of time actually thinking about the technology as well, producing something that you didn't even know that you needed. But then when that technology goes into place, you can't imagine doing without it. And throughout the whole of the conversation, both of them kept pointing me back to the Druid team. And this is something you may not see in behind it. You'll see some of the faces of some of the leaders and the product owners and the directors. But behind this company are a group of data scientists and engineers and testers, developers, and a whole host of other people who genuinely put their heart and their soul and their passion and the hours and everything else in to create a great product. And as Levi mentioned at the beginning, this isn't one person crafting something amazing. This is an entire team in behind Druid. And it's interesting as well for me, because I come across a lot of businesses all the time. Nobody tends to leave the company. They want to be there. They're very passionate about what they're doing, and they're very passionate about their customers. Let me bring Dan and Elena on stage, who are absolutely passionate about creating something beautiful that you can use inside of your business or provide to your customers to allow them to do amazing things with generative AI. Dan and Elena.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning. I'm very happy to be in front of you today, honored and excited to show you the developments that we do this year. Personally, I am living amazing times with so many technologies available to us, so we can solve better the problems and the challenges and the dreams that we have. And from my opinion, the need is the same. Just right now we have new tools to address them. And we all enjoyed the launch of ChatGPT. We chat with it, we use it in our work. It's amazing technology. We've been using Druid already for 6 years, automating tasks in our enterprise. We are using digital technologies, and right now, all these innovations are available to us in our daily work. And this is what we did from the beginning of Druid. We connect the people with the existing technologies. We have our customers, our partners, our suppliers engaging with our business in their preferred channel. They call our business, they chat with our business. We have our existing applications, we have our existing investment, data, processes, business applications. So these are in there, are working very well. But now, we have new technologies available to us and how we can use that new technologies together to solve our needs. We see the Druid conversational robots right now becoming the front end to all digital operations in the organization. Any persona in the business engage with a Druid robot and consumes in the Druid robot all these technologies. And the Druid robots are taking care of all the enterprise regulations. Druid robots provide security on top of generative AI, provides integration with backend systems, provide audit and traceability of all the conversations. And we see in practice that as a result, for example, with generative AI, at the beginning, that technology was available just to technical people to experiment and put them in their code. But right now, if you put a Druid robot in front of any employee, even the people in human resources, the agent in the contact center, relationship managers, people in procurement, are discussing with a Druid bot, and behind the scenes, Druid incorporates all these technologies in the secured way. So this is an amazing value that Druid adds. And it's not replacing any of the existing systems. It's just making them more used and automatically upgraded with the technologies at the momentum. I split the content in two parts. Right now, I will show you, Elena will do demonstrations on what we developed this year, and you will see end-to-end business applications incorporating new technologies available. And in the second part, I will show you what is coming, and actually things that are already in development, and I will reveal to you some new business applications that will be available, some of them even with the release in November, others in December and beginning next year. So I selected from all the developments that we did this year, the things that we consider and we see most appreciated and valuable. First, you have in Druid complete knowledge-based functionality. Now you can connect a Druid bot to any data source in the organization. You can connect to documents, you can connect to websites, you can connect to business applications, and the Druid is automatically building his knowledge and it's able to respond. You will see with the Megabot concept, you can have multiple such knowledge bases with different focus, but still the users will just discuss with one single Druid bot. We are integrating generative AI in the Druid bot, and actually we are empowering the usage of generative AI in the enterprise in the secured way. So you will see generative AI right now, it's part in many use cases and conversations, and actually is transforming the user experience. And at result, Druid robots right now, conversational robots, can deliver end-to-end business applications. You can build an entire customer relationship management with Druid technology. You can have your contact center and shared service practice supported by an end-to-end solution with Druid technology. You can have your marketing department broadcasting messages with Druid technology. And with that, Elena, give us the demo with an end-to-end solution.
Thank you. So today I'm going to showcase you some of our standard solutions that we're having in the financial services area. This is part of our current implementations that we're having right now and also ongoing projects, not only in Europe but also in US. Everything that you're going to see is a demo scenario. It can be personalized when we're talking about going into production with one of our virtual assistants. And it contains exactly the use cases that Dan mentioned in regards with the knowledge-based integration, crawling data sources, either if you're talking about a simple website or some simple PDF files and so on. Nowadays, I have Victor, if you can see it on the screen. And Victor is our virtual assistant embedded in the website. It can also be embedded in the mobile application, for example, to be in a single sign-on authentication with portals from the financial services area. As I see and as I'm going through the website, I can see as various websites exist, I have different content available. Nowadays, we have the possibility to actually embed in one virtual assistant all these contents that are available either on a website or in a simple PDF file and so on, and embed those inside the Druid. I embedded, for example, all the website, I crawled it, and right now I have some information available from the website inside my conversation with the virtual assistant. As I open the conversation with the virtual assistant, I can see that I have this sort of guided menu, which is actually the one that is helping me and saying to each one of the final users, okay, these are the self-service operations that you can actually do when having a conversation with the virtual assistant, but the virtual assistant is not entitled only to answer to these ones. So it's also available and he knows to answer to many more questions. For example, if I want to say, okay, is there a monthly cost to pay if I want to have my mobile online banking application to install it? I just ask the question, the virtual assistant will take a look at all the knowledge base available, and it will give me the response via the generative AI. For my particular use cases, I'm using the Azure OpenAI version, which is the one secured, but as was previously mentioned, we can have as well a deployed full on-premises for Druid large language model in order to be used and fine-tuned further on. As I'm opening the conversation and receiving the response from the virtual assistant, I can see also that I always, besides the response, I have the redirection through where actually this information had its initial source. As I open in the information, I can see that I'm directly redirected to the conversation or to the page where actually this conversation is, this information is available. If I want to continue further the conversation, I can say, okay, if I scheduled a payment and I don't have enough funds, what will happen? As you're seeing right now, I'm running the conversation in an authenticated manner as the virtual assistant is talking with Judy Doe, but as well, this kind of information and answers can also be provided when talking with a simple visitor. So the Druid virtual assistant, moreover, not only in the financial services area, if we're talking about healthcare, retail, human resources, use cases, is actually taking care of all the roles responsible inside the company and is providing a virtual assistant to each one of those. So you don't have to have multiple virtual assistants deployed either for an employee or either for someone from the supply chain or the procurement side. Right now, it already gave me the answer regarding if I have a scheduled payment, what will happen if my funds are not available. Right now, I have the possibility as well to redirect the conversation to a human agent. This is something that we sustain by default in the Druid platform, and I'm going to switch the role from being just a simple client, asking some different questions and talking with the virtual assistant, and redirecting the conversation to a human agent in the customer support team that has his own virtual assistant. And he's able actually to trigger some of the processes that he's having right there in order to complete his activities faster. I can say, okay, I need to open a new savings account, and I want to talk with a human agent. Right now, everything is via conversation. I'm going to be redirected to the human operator. Right now, I am actually logged in my agent, on the agent side. Druid virtual assistants for the agent and for the customer support team can be embedded in the applications that are already used as telephony systems and so on. And also for the chatting, this is available via the Druid platform. I see that I have a waiting client in the queue, and I'm connecting with this waiting client, which is Judy Doe from the other side. As I'm opening the conversation with the client, I can see, okay, that I have available all the conversation history. So everything in regard to the conversation and what happened on the self-service activity side for the client is also available for the agent. And moreover, everything is recorded in the dashboard and the analytics side that Druid is offering via the platform and via the engagement that we're having in place right there. As I'm opening the conversation with the virtual assistant, I can see that already the virtual assistant itself prepared for me as the customer support agent all the information regards with Judy Doe. I can see her account profile. I can see her account number. So I can bring actually in this page all the information available within multiple data sources and multiple applications, because via the native integration that we're having and the native connectivities that we can have between various applications, we can expose all the data in one place. So you don't have to go and crawl different information. Moreover, I can see in place everything in regards with her cards that are opened inside the bank, her financial products, and so on. As well as you're seeing here, I have access, as I told you, to some other features in regards with the knowledge base. So I can embed information for client, and I can embed information from different data sources and business knowledge inside the conversation with the virtual assistant. And this client was interested about having some information and knowing exactly which are the steps or the procedures in order to open a new savings account. And let's say that I am a new customer support agent. I don't know exactly where to find that information. So I just need to ask my virtual assistant that is going to do the job in the back for me and get all the data and responses in one place. I can ask him, what are the procedures in order to open a new savings account? Right now, it will get the information available and it will search for the specific information, and I will retrieve back the response. As well as the same pattern applies, I have the same redirect information to the information and to the article that is providing that specific information. Right now, I'm having an extra validation as the customer support agent is also validating the information that the virtual assistant actually exposed, and I can send it directly to the client inside the conversation in order to have it just in one place. As we're seeing here, we took the information from the visitor and from the client side, and then we redirected via the same virtual assistant all the conversation, and we performed this self-service information and activities with the conversation for the customer support agent. Right now, I will disconnect the conversation given the fact that I provided all the information for my virtual assistant.
Elena, I want to point something.
Yeah.
Because we see new technologies available and at work right now. If we look back on the conversation with the customer, that information that was delivered by Druid bot was actually present in the website. But now our visitors in the website doesn't need to click around to discover the information. With Druid knowledge base, you just point to the website and the entire content is loaded in the knowledge base. So the Druid robot is like a concierge on the website. We see in the statistics that the visitors doesn't need to leave the first page, the home page, to discover any information from inside. Also, the result is increasing conversion rate from the website. You saw when I clicked the link, I was moved to the page, the respective page, but in that next page, the robot was also there and asked me, now I can assist you further. So the robot is like a very skilled salesperson, is giving me right information, but then is pushing me to progress further in the process. Right now on the agent was another knowledge base available, but this time secured just for the contact center agent. And in front of all these users is the megabot, loaded with different content. And the robot has the knowledge to discuss with each individual according with his role, hiding information or tailor-making information appropriate for that person.
And given the fact that you're talking about roles, right now I was a customer support agent and I want to be, let's say, a relationship manager. I will switch the role. That is staying and talking in a branch with one of the clients in front of him. And he has some questions in regards, okay, give me account information about Judy Doe. Right now, the virtual assistant went into the various systems, prepared the content available for me that was already designed in the Druid platform, and gave me all the information in regards with the account profile that I'm looking on. Also, I can go even further and perform something like, okay, but I want to, she is interested in actually changing the contract. I can say, okay, I need to change the contract for Judy Doe. I'll help you with a new contract change for your customer. Right now, for this particular scenario, I'm having an attended virtual assistant, a new iPad integration in my case, that is actually performing something, a contract change in the various systems available. So we have the possibility, besides integrating with multiple applications in the same time, to trigger RPA processes in order to solve faster the processes. Do you want to ask something?
Yeah, I like the visuals on the customer profile. If you scroll up a little, I saw some colors.
Yes, yes.
Behind the customer profile right now, we added generative AI models that are able to look on the customer profile and discover insights. And based with these prompts, I don't need to implement complex business logic, decisions trees. I'm just asking the model to identify and show me the insights. And as a result, Druid creates these visuals to point me in the areas where I need to intervene. And I think you can also have an open conversation around this data to discover even more. And this is generative AI in connectivity with enterprise data. Druid is taking the snapshot of the data and prepares the prompt, keeping him from hallucinating. So although I'm using a large language model, I don't need to push my entire data into a big model just to answer. Druid is doing that part in the middle.
Right now, let's say that I finished all my information and all my conversation in regards with the virtual assistant for the relationship manager, client, and so on. And I will switch to my employees' activities in my Teams application, where I see everyone. And here I have a Megabot embedded, that it's already available and already has in place processes in regards with IT help desk, let's say. I can reset my password if one of my accounts is blocked when talking with the virtual assistant from my Teams application. I can ask for PTO balance. I can say, okay, how many days do I have left off, and so on. But for example, right now, I'm new, as I told you, in the company, and I don't know how to work with SAP or some other applications that are used inside. And I want to see, okay, how can I create a report layout in SAP? Right now, in the Druid platform, as I told you, this is part of the Megabot solution that we're having in place. So this is the place where actually my Megabot was actually configured. I have it available in the Megabot space, but I can see that I have another virtual assistant that is taking care of the IT help desk operation, HR compensation and benefits, a sales, and the SAP integration. As I go further in my conversation with the virtual assistant, I can see that it all crawled the information available within the other functional bots, and I receive all the information that I need in order to create a report layout in SAP. So for the new employees, and not only embedding all this content inside Druid, it will help each one of those to actually find the information suitable for their needs. Actually, we're doing one of the analyses, and we're saying if, for example, you're going to have a virtual assistant that is going to automate around 2 minutes from what the customer support agent is taking care when talking with one of the clients, you can save up to 30% in terms of just automating those kind of conversations that can be either authentication, unblocking a card, increase the card limit, and so on. So I guess this is it from my side.
Okay. This technology is available today.
Yeah.
What we saw here are examples extracted from actual projects. And you saw how a Druid conversational robot can deliver an end-to-end solution. So it's not just a part that it's handling a conversation here and there. We started the journey with a potential customer on the website. Druid responded with the knowledge learned from the website, decisions trees, then transfer to the agent, supporting the agent with automations and integrations, and at the end, you can go up to sign the contract and disburse the money. And behind the scenes, you didn't notice, are a lot of technologies putting together in a right way. We have integrations, we have robot process automation, we have generative AI, handling secure and without hallucinations in the Druid platform. Now look what it's possible even further. And if I can have the slides back to me. Okay. So we continue to invest, obviously, and we are working on 3 tracks. We will continue to invest even more in the knowledge base. We see tremendous adoption of this technology, so we continue to add in there. Generative AI remains in focus. And I am announcing today, with the release in October, we have the large language models available in the Druid platform. We are taking open source model, it's Llama 2, and right now we're hosting 3 versions of that models, specialized on different use cases, and you can consume large language model with your current deployments. This is super important. We all remember in our projects the data security and checking and all the validations. With the availability of large language models inside the Druid platform, everything that was already validated applies. So if you want to start using large language model with Druid technology, you don't need to do another security check. This new technology is available in Druid on the same data flows. So this is super handy. But you have the freedom, the peace of mind to choose. For a particular task, you can choose Druid large language model. For another, you can choose OpenAI. For another, you can choose from Google. Or I see many developments and specialized large models coming. So you have the option to choose. And with that, you can create conversational business applications. And I want to show you now a few examples of that. The first example is the reporting companion. We all have databases with data, we have reports on top. Now, when you connect Druid with such data sources, you can have a conversational experience to surface this data. So let me show you. Now,
your screen is not working for the moment.
It's not working here again?
Yeah.
Is it working now? No? Okay.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. So now I have my Druid robot connected to the sales reporting database, and I will ask him a few questions. Hey, how many orders we had this year?
We had 11,761 orders this year.
And how many orders this year versus last year? Give me the value and percentage.
I don't find this information.
What is the biggest territory in sales?
The Southwest Territory has the biggest sales with a total of $27.15 million.
And for Australia, how much was the sales value?
The sales value for Australia was $11.8 million.
So now, with the new technology, natural language to database query, we are able to surface the existing databases. And I will show you how this is possible. I have here a configuration, a conversation flow in the Druid platform dedicated to the sales reporting. And you notice how many few nodes. I have, 5 or 6 nodes that are able to handle unlimited conversation paths. And if I look inside such a node, I see the added value provided by Druid in orchestrating multiple technologies in the right order. So I see in here, I have a GPT prompt that is transforming natural language into a database query. Then I have low-code capabilities in the Druid platform to implement additional business logic. So for example, checking for security. What if a user is saying, drop all the data that you have? This is, from language perspective, it's okay, but from security perspective, it's not okay. So with low-code capability, we complement the large language model. Then I am using the integration services. So I'm actually running the query in my SQL database, in my Oracle database. Then I get the result and prepare a second prompt. And this is the power of low code in the Druid platform. Look, with just one single line of code, I am transforming the data context received from my business database inside the large language model prompt. So again, I don't need to push all my data in a model. I deliver the right data for this moment in the context. And then I execute another prompt and transform the data into a response. And for traceability and governance, I am saving this in the log. So if you receive questions, why that answer was provided 3 days ago, you have the full traceability in the Druid platform. So you can see what was asked, what was the database query, what was the delivered answer. So you can control all this data flow. Now I will give you another demo. I am in a retail business right now, and I enable the Druid virtual assistant as a concierge for product recommendation. Of course, I have a large store with many items, and I want to have an open conversation connected with that data. I'm using large language model to have a natural conversation, but in the same time, the integration via Druid with on-premise systems. So look. Hey, can you give me a product recommendation?
What sport are you interested in?
I like something for tennis.
I am checking that tennis is available in our catalog. 1 second, please. Tennis is available. Are you looking for footwear or jackets?
Footwear, please.
What is your gender?
Actually, do you have something for running?
I am checking that running is available in our catalog. 1 second, please. Running is not available. What sport are you interested in?
Okay, let's go with tennis.
Are you looking for footwear or jackets?
So we see what happens in here, and just to showcase what is happening behind the scenes, I included in the demo the details explanation. Druid established a communication with a large language model. So the large language model tells Druid what the conversation needs at the momentum. And whenever the large language model detects a product category, an article on or another entity, another record, it's asking Druid to give the confirmation back. And then the Druid, with integration services, connects to real-time data. So this combination of Druid and large language model can deliver real-time information in the conversation. These are examples of applications where you can consume generative AI in the secured way. Another examples, you can have document review process. So for example, you just take a document like a supplier agreement like that. You receive it from a supplier, from your supplier, and you want to check if it's compliant with your internal regulations. It's sufficient to drop this document inside, share this document with a Druid bot. Druid bot automatically creates a record and evaluates the compliance. And will tell you immediately what chapters are compliant and what chapters are not compliant. And I see here I have 2 chapters not compliant. I click on one of them. I see the original content. I see the new content. The original content can come from a template in the organization. And then I see the existing content. And immediately, with large language model, Druid bot is telling you what's the difference. It's in my favor, it's in supplier favor. I can also apply automations to change the content. So these are examples of end-to-end use cases that you can implement, and this is possible because you have in the Druid platform all these technologies. Based on your feedback, we will add even more functionalities. Beginning next year, we will have visualizations for the knowledge bases. So I see right now Druid projects with hundreds of thousands of articles in the knowledge base in different processes. It's difficult right now to understand if I have an overlap, if are contradictory information, but with this visualization, I can be in control. Second, and actually this is available today with the release last week, you can run knowledge base in an enhanced security connected with the content on your premise. You see, before with the previous version, you need to make this content available to the hybrid deployment to be crawled from the internet. Right now, you have a new Druid service available. You install it on your servers, and that service is able to connect to internal data sources. So the content is not leaving your premise. Very secure. We are adding more data sources. First on the list is SharePoint library, SharePoint document libraries, and content websites. This will be available in December. Then, beginning next year, we will have the generic API data source. You can connect with that data source to any business application. So you can take tickets from Remedy, for example. And then we follow with Jira, Confluence, and later ServiceNow. It's very important, the added value of Druid large language models. Again, these are part of the platform. You don't need to send any data in the cloud to be processed with large language model. Even if you prefer to use, for example, OpenAI in Azure, as I do, I can complement with a Druid large language model for personal data identification. So from whatever user is saying, with a Druid large language model, I identify and detect personal data, take it out from the prompt, and then send the prompt in the cloud. So like this, Druid is the keeper of security. I hope I managed to share with you my excitement on these new technologies and new applications. 2 months ago, we released for Georgia Southern University an entire new communication campaign system with Druid technology. All the students in there are receiving real-time announcements and notification via a Druid bot on the SMS channel. This was a project that was created together with the customer, from scratch up to go live in 3 months. Traditionally, for such a system, you need to implement a complex marketing system, communication system, technology. The technology today allows you to do in a different way the applications that we know already, or to complement existing applications. So right now, you can apply this in accounts payable, in human resources, in IT help desk, service desk, in contact centers. Actually, there is no process or application where you cannot add a Druid bot and transform the user experience. Thank you very much, and I would love to discuss further and share with you all these templates available in the library. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both indeed. Look, it shows you the power of generative AI. If you can think it and you can describe it, then generative AI in the application can create it. And I love the wide variety of use cases that Dan and Elena showed us. Let me bring Andrea on stage. Andrea is the co-founder of Druid, and this shows you the milestones that we have reached. And Andrea, I think some dreams do come true, and you're about to show us 2 bots talking to each other for the first time.
Yeah. So just a second, because the laptop is
Yes, please. We can control ChatGPT, we can control generative AI, but maybe the laptops today, they're another matter. Let's see. Fantastic. Just the front screen.
Sorry for the small delay. The laptop was not starting. So the future is closer than we think. When we have created Druid, we imagined a virtual assistant for every employee inside the company. Now we have the opportunity to see how virtual assistants can do the work for us without replacing us. So I'm going to start the demo now. Good morning.
Hello. How are you today, Andrea?
Not feeling very well today.
I am so sorry to hear that. Take it easy today. I can help with some of your tasks, but before that, do you want me to book you an appointment?
Oh, so thoughtful of you. Thank you very much.
She does.
I've searched your agenda, and tomorrow at 1400 hours you can be available. Also, should I book an appointment to your GP, Dr. John Doe?
Yes, that would be amazing, please. Thank you.
Thank you, I will call now.
Druid Medical. How can I help? Hello. You called Druid Medical. How can I help?
Hello, I want to book an appointment with Dr. John Doe for androplegia.
Okay, you want an appointment for Mrs. Andrea Plesia for tomorrow at Dr. John Doe. I have just checked his availability and he is available at 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. When would be a suitable time?
Thank you. That is correct. Mrs. Plesia is available at 2 p.m.
Great. I've just booked the appointment for you. We will send an SMS as a reminder 1 hour before. Have a good day.
Thank you.
So this is how the future will look for us if the bots will be assisting in our day-to-day tasks. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
What's funny is I need that. My dentist is ringing me to book an appointment, but it shows you the power of the technology. You can have a virtual assistant that actually works for you. So a lot of those things that you would have to take care of yourself, that you would want to book and takes your time, why not let a digital assistant deal with it? Go and engage someone. That's his example as a dentist. Earlier on, we had Dan Delana showing his document processing, imaging, answering questions. The art of the possible now with generative AI and conversational AI is truly limited by your imagination. As I said earlier on, I can't believe the amount of progress that's been made since just last November. So look, you'll see more examples of this today, and we want you to come away with idea after idea after idea as to what's possible. And later on today, you'll see some product workshops and some active sessions where you can get involved and use the technology for yourself. And we have some fantastic partners at Druid in today who've brought their teams over to show you how to use this. A little bit of housekeeping just momentarily. If you get a moment, you notice a lot of you are actually posting online, hashtag Symbiosis2. We would encourage you to do that if you don't mind. And now, just for the next 10, 15 minutes, we're going to take a break for coffee. And then once we come back, we're into our next sequence of talks. Fantastic so far this morning. I look forward to seeing you in about 10 or 15 minutes' time. Thank you, everyone.
So yeah, we have actually a lot of benefits. I can mention 3 main benefits when it comes to the integration of the 2 platforms. The first one, for sure, to mention is the improved user experience. We always, since we launched, OpenAI, ChatGPT, and of course now we were talking about this amazing integration between our 2 platforms, this user experience has been extremely enhanced. So we have this powerful language understanding. So the organization, audience, can enhance this conversational capabilities of the system. So these, of course, lead to more natural and engaging interactions with the users, thanks to this natural language understanding and processing. The combination, of course, allows the system to comprehend and respond accurately to very complex and difficult user queries and requests. And this is for sure the first benefit. And the second one I would mention would be customization and personalization. So both platforms, Druid and Microsoft, enable enterprises to customize, to personalize their conversational AI solutions. So this flexibility allows you to tailor the system behavior, the responses, the overall experience to meet your specific business requirements and brand identity. And the third I want to mention is the analytics and insight that will be covered also later on by our amazing colleagues, because the integration between Druid and Microsoft also provides valuable insight and analytics into user interaction. So we can track the user preferences, we can track the behaviors or the common queries, and we can enable them to make informed decisions to improve your products, the services you're using, and the customer support you're providing to your customer. And on top of this 3, let me also add the security, which of course has been deeply explained by Aga already, but I would also mention the integration with additional Azure services, such as machine learning, sentiment analysis, translation services, and even more. And last but not least, the scalability and reliability.
There's a number of different ways. If it's very new and you've never had any experience of chatbots or any of that sort of technology, my personal recommendation is start with something very simple, and it may be an FAQ chatbot. It may not be as sexy as a conversational AI deployment, but it's a start, and it will help you get a feel for what's capable. You then set the architectural foundations, and I guarantee within 6 months to a year, you will have moved on from that simple FAQ chatbot into more conversational flow designs. And it really is with a really good interface, and Druid is really drag, drop, and configure. There's very little coding, if any at all, and it's very visual. And so to be able to create these conversational flows, and the Druid platform chains them together as well. So you create these intents, which are basically what to do if a certain phrase is found. And then by pressing the train button, as if by magic, this conversational ability takes over. And when it recognizes a particular phrase, it will jump to whatever flow that phrase belongs to. And it really is creating conversations with technology. And if you've got RPA robots at the back of that as well, even more powerful.
What I like in conversational AI system is also the learning side. You know, when we used to deliver IT project, you know, you do a lot of hard work and then you go live and then that's it. You obviously in maintenance mode, but when you're in a conversational AI system, there's all that learning of, you know, different ways of expressing an issue or different subtlety on how to deal with the process. So the learning element, I think, is really, really key. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is I'm thinking now a few years back, a lot of years back, in the early days, and this is one of the patents we created with my team at the Liquid Studio in London. We wanted to put a telephony system with the Irish Revenue Commissioner at the time. The rationale for them wanting to kind of put a conversational AI system was that it was a new tax that they had created in Ireland. And suddenly this particular tax was impacting the older generation, which were not in their working life any longer. And therefore, you know, much more old-fashioned way of dealing with that particular tax, yeah. Because, you know, the people were just in retirement, basically. And that particular tax introduction created quite a bit of a volume of queries coming in on phone calls. And we started to create this conversational AI system. And at the time, we had some challenge around the pace of it because it was on the phone. And, you know, at the time you had to wait for a pause in the sentence to be able to understand what the person was saying and then, you know, decide the next step. And that was quite tricky because we thought that particular pause was too long for the conversation to be interactive. So that's where we created that patent on continuous listening of the conversation so we could understand on the fly. So we didn't have as much latency into the conversation. And one of the, so we were going to go live for 1 week to start, you know, capturing all those data and those experiences and learn, you know, how, you know, what we needed to adjust and things like that. And then we never switched off the system. But we had daily review, daily learning sessions and things like that. And, one of our biggest success is we had an 85-year-old lady, which was one of the first user of the systems. And she went through and everything got sorted. She got the tax code on whatever she needed. And she was in a special scenario of being disabled. So, in that particular interaction, we solved the problem spot on, because we ask her some question, are you responding to a letter we sent to you, blah, blah, blah. So we were trying to really get under the bonnet who was calling us early, so we could really make it as friendly as possible. We saved a lot of hassle, because it would have probably been forcing some of the family to take her to the tax office and and all of that kind of things. And it could have been a big thing where it's just been a less than 3-minute call, basically.
Oh, I love that.
So I think you saw in the presentation of Elena and Dan, when in my open speech I said about conversational robot with business knowledge, empowering generative AI, it was exactly what they demonstrated, what means competence in business, to generate reports based on natural language. Also, contract insight, document rephrasing, and or messaging, also alert messaging and campaigns are just only part of, and query classification are just part of what means the business knowledge of our robots. Now, I would like to highlight some achievements of this year, or starting with last year, is about academy, which we have developed for the community. It's extremely important what we have achieved in a way, and you'll see exactly the benefits that you can get based on that academy. And also, we developed the customer success division, where Andrea and Gabi are managing this extremely important division, which are in a way new, exactly, which shows the maturity of our evolution. I will invite now Irina as Global VP for Partner and Alliance to present our academy in Druid.
It's a real pleasure of mine to be here today and represent the team that is behind the Druid Academy. Druid Academy is a sole project of ours dedicated to the Druid community. It started out as a project for our partners to benefit of, for them to learn, to train their staff, to understand how Druid works, how Druid would be implemented, and how they would cater to their customers. Then we had customers logging into the academy, benefiting from self-learning activities within the academy. And now the academy is destined to be accessed by the entire community of Druid. So within the academy, you will find different learning tracks that will help you access different roles. So basically, the first role and the first learning track was dedicated to technical, so developers and citizen developers that would want to develop using the Druid platform. By the way, the Druid platform is a no-code platform and has very beautiful ways of interacting with it. There is another learning track for business analysts dedicated to conversational AI, and another learning track dedicated for salespersons and pre-salesperson looking to learn more about how they would position Druid, how different use cases and solutions. So those are the three learning tracks, major ones. We also have a certification program. So basically, after completing the learning tracks, you'd be able to get certified for these roles. So in terms of the technical course, we have beginner, intermediate, and advanced, each having their own technical certificate graduation. So we encourage you to start with the first one and move your way up. And in terms of the sales lessons, now we have 22 lessons, but the content will continue to grow as we add more use cases, more description of solutions that we are building on the Druid platform, especially linked to the generative AI topic. And so this is it. I will encourage you to scan the QR code and access a seat in the Druid Academy and become certified within Druid. So thank you so much.
See if my microphone comes on again. I'm continually surprised by the amount of investment that actually goes into the platform. And this is the thing that can hamper some companies scaling, not the technology platform provider itself. It's your companies. And now to have a certification path to allow you to sell it, to allow you to analyze business processes, to allow you to build bots, allows it to scale. I don't think Levu and the team maybe see this progress over 12 months. Every time I get to step out and get to step back in, I just see amazing things happening. And talking about amazing things, I'm going to introduce you to Gabby in one moment. And Gabby's a really interesting story for me because he worked for the biggest bank in Transylvania, Bank of Transylvania. And he has actually seen the platform grow since 2018. So he's been on the journey right from the very beginning to where it is now. And then he joined Druid, so confident was he in the actual technology itself over the last year. And you're going to talk to him now in 1 second with Andrea, and they're going to talk about how to forget you've got a loan, 100% guided by a virtual AI broker. Welcome on stage, Gabby and Andrea.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here.
Hello. Nice to be here.
As Kieran mentioned, I worked with Druid for quite a while. I joined Druid at the beginning of the year with enthusiasm and believing in what the technology can do. But to be honest with you, I had no idea that the things we can do right now and the things that are on the roadmap will be possible in such a short time. It's like being there inside the company, but still amazing that these things can happen in such a short time. It's quite amazing, honestly. So, yeah, we're going to have a discussion today. Thank you, Andrea, for being here.
Thank you very much.
Tell you really short about Andrea and the company she comes from. Basically, BetEMIC is a subsidiary of Transylvania Bank, of the financial group, which is bigger. And BetEMIC is basically, let's say like BetEMIC means BT small, right? It's a small company, but with huge impact in the ecosystem, because what they do is offering loans for entrepreneurs or startups that are at the very beginning of their journey. So it's something like when you start your journey and nobody believes in you, nobody helps you, these are the guys that are there for you, right? And they made a huge impact in the economical ecosystem in Romania, and not only. And their story is quite amazing. Small team, small company, but with huge impact. And there's a really nice and interesting fact that being small, they had the courage to build things, to try innovative things, to start building with Druid. And yeah, you'll see some quite interesting facts about their journey and how they managed to. So, Andrea, please tell the audience a little bit about BetEMIC's story and how the collaboration with Druid started and how it evolved in time.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much, Gabi, for inviting me here. I'm glad to be here to discuss about BetEMIC and about Raul, our first chatbot, the fruitful relationship that we had with Druid and we are having with Druid. As you mentioned, BetEMIC is part of Banca Transilvania, the biggest financial group in Romania. We started our journey 7 years ago with the aim of supporting through financing entrepreneurs that were having the courage to start their own businesses, either the ones that were already on the market, but given their small turnover, they were not attractive for the banks. Up to now, we financed almost 30,000 small businesses, 25% being startups. The partnership with Druid started in 2019 when we, being, as Gabi was mentioning, a small company back then. Now I would question this small company being in the wanting to get even more clients in our portfolios, we were looking on the market to find solutions to attract, to reach more clients, but in an efficient way. So we started to look for solutions, and in the end, we concluded that the platform offered by Druid was the most suitable. So by the end of 2020, we implemented Raul, our conversational robot that interacts with clients, give them information about financing solutions for their businesses, and also helps them to apply for a loan. I would say that Raul had the perfect timing. Given the pandemic context, back then, everyone was looking for solutions in order to avoid as much as possible the human interaction. Thinking about the collaboration we had with Druid, especially during the implementation process, I can truly say it was wonderful. Because basically everything we dreamt about Raul's capabilities, it was implemented.
Thanks. That sounds really great. And yeah, by the way, another great thing from BTMIC is something that the CEO of BTMIC, Christina, shared with me in a discussion we had last year. And for me, it was pretty much the most amazing feedback I heard about a virtual assistant. So Christina said that after launching the robot, the conversational robot for loan appliance, they made a survey through customers that applied using the robot, right? And they were asking how the interaction with the robot was, how the experience was. And there were people saying yeah, so basically we talked with a colleague of yours from BTMIC and all went well. And they insisted, okay, but how about the robot? How was the conversation with the robot? And people actually didn't remember it was a robot. They thought it was a human, a colleague from the company, right? And this is kind of state-of-the-art experience that you can get from a robot to make the user feel that they are interacting with a human, to not feel it's robotic, to not feel it's artificial, it feels natural and human. So can you give us a little more details about that story?
Indeed, there was a particular client that Christina had in mind when telling you this. I will share with you shortly their story. It's a couple that basically founded their company in 2020. She's of Argentinian origin, and they decided to implement on the Romanian market traditional Argentinian dish, empanadas. I don't know if you tasted, but they are really great.
I should.
So from the very beginning, they had a huge success. And they realized they have to increase their production. And for doing this, they needed more equipment. So in order to buy more equipment, they applied for a loan with BTMIC. The process was quite smooth. In 3 days, they got their money, so they were happy. As you were mentioning, in the very beginning, especially in the very beginning of our working with Raul, we often turned back to the clients to ask them what was their experience in loan application. And we went back to them and we asked them, and at the very beginning, they really could not remember how they applied for this loan. But later on, the husband told us, oh, yes, I remember now, there was one evening, I was surfing on the internet, I entered on your website, and there I chatted online with one of your colleagues. And indeed, it's not the only client that has the same perception. There are a lot of them, because basically we are watching the interactions that Raul is having with our customers, and we come often to the feedback that the application was smooth and simple, and that our colleague was really kind.
Thank you for that, for sharing that. Yeah, and talking to Andrea the previous day, I also thought about the similarity between Druid and BTMIC, because basically BTMIC does not offer money to the customer, not only loans, right? They offer a whole bunch of tools to do your job, because being at the very beginning, you need some money to start your business, but you also need some tools. And having somebody to recommend you some tools that are tested, that work, that you can trust, that they can help you build your business, is something pretty helpful, right? And somehow it's similar to what Druid does, because Druid is not only a conversational platform, it's a whole integration hub, integration AI hub that offers you different possibilities and different tools to help your journey. So considering this, Andrea, how important was for you to choose a platform it's pretty much like a hub with different tools and solutions, so you could find all the things you need in the same platform instead of having to buy different tools for different needs? How made that easy for you?
Yeah. It was very good for us, really. It was very good from two different perspectives. On the one side is the client side, and in fact, the client experience. The client finds an application that it's simple and fast. Any redirection to another website in order to find another feature will definitely take more time. And in the same time, the client is comfortable that she reached a secure application. Yeah, any redirection makes one feel a little bit nervous. At least I'm nervous when being redirected. And on the other side, there are the benefits for BTMIC. First of all, the reverse of what I've said. I mean, the avoidance of potential business loss from the clients that will find the application, the platform not secure and will abort the process. And very important, being part of a big financial group, we are taking compliance with internal and external regulation really, really serious. And we were happy to see that Druid had everything in one tool, and it was only one company. So the process of implementation was really smooth also from this point of view.
Got it. So as far as I understand, you're pretty satisfied, or how do you feel about the features that Druid puts in place regarding the regulations and compliance laws? Because, yeah, a lot of our customers are from financial, from healthcare, and this is at least two domains where privacy of the data and security are really, really, really important. How did you feel about this with Druid platform? I mean, I know you had to go through a lot of security testing and penetration tests and everything. It's a burden, but how it all ended up considering the Druid platform?
Yes, as it was mentioned, you worked in Banca Transilvania, so you know that the regulations, even the internal one, not talking about the ones at the national and European level, are quite strict. And we have to comply with all these regulations. So, it was not like really easy. There were a lot of processes in which we had to prove that the platform was secure, and we went through all these processes. But it was great that basically Druid met all the requirements needed, and we did it.
I'm glad you feel so. And as you saw in the presentation of Dan and Elena, we are taking even further steps for that to be even more secure, more compliant, to address even better the needs of our customers. But talking about this, could you share some statistics, some numbers to give some consistency and have a real feel about the impact of the implementation?
Yeah, there are a lot of benefits, both for the clients and for us. If I'm thinking about the clients, one benefit, and in the same time also for us, one benefit is that it's a platform available 24/7. And we saw that basically the interaction with Raul are really from morning to night, and of course during weekends. So definitely through this platform, we reach even more customers on the market. On the other side, also for the customer, it's important that they don't have to be present in our premises to get the information about financing solution for their businesses or to apply for a loan. If I can put it into perspectives for bigger cities in Romania, I don't know if you visited Romania, but for bigger cities in Romania, to go to the branch of the bank to do all this, it might take you, at least in Bucharest for sure, 2.5 hours. And instead, you can do this in 10 minutes, like application with digital signature and upload the financial documents. On the other side, for our colleagues as well, it's saving time. It takes for a colleague 10 minutes to screen the application and call the client, instead of at least 30 minutes if the client was on site.
Yeah, so basically, forgot to mention, BTMIC has a start-to-end flow of applying for a loan,
Yes.
with video identification, with electronic signature, everything in there, ready to go.
Yes,
and
in this way, we arrived yearly to have around 30,000 clients that are interacting with Raoul. Some of them are simply getting information about our financing solutions. Some of them are applying. In the end, like yearly outcome, 20% of the business in bigger cities is coming from Raoul.
That's good.
And one more thing that I want to mention, it's about the feedback that we are receiving from the clients that interact with Raoul. Around 3,000 clients are giving us feedback on the platform at the end of the application. And in 90% of the case, and this I'm really true with this, in 90% of the case, it's a positive one.
That means a good experience.
Excellent.
Great. Another thing I wanted you to tell us about. I know you have an amazing project running for about a year, a little more than a year. It's called Stoop.
A little bit more.
A little bit more than a year. It's called Stoop. Andrea will tell us about it. It's an amazing thing that they're doing there. And I also know that for Stoop, you are already implementing a new virtual assistant that will take advantage of what you saw earlier, knowledge base with OpenAI integration. Can you tell us about that and some future plans for that?
Mm-hmm. Yes. First of all, I will tell you shortly about Stoop. Stoop is a completely new concept on the Romanian market. Basically, it's a project initiated by BTMIC together with Banca Transilvania that wants to offer to businesses, to establish businesses, or to entrepreneurs that are thinking to open their own business, something more than financial products and services. Yeah? Okay, we know that we are a financial institution, but over the years, by interacting with small businesses, we realized that in many cases, it's not enough just to give money. An entrepreneur needs other business tools in order to develop his business further. So in Stoop, besides BTMIC and an outlet of Banca Transilvania, you will find our partners that are offering other business services, a thoughtful variety from setting up a company, for example, up to digital marketing campaigns. Something else that the businesses need, and especially the ones in the very beginning of their journey, is the how to do it. And for this, we developed learning programs for businesses. And this is another important pillar that we established in Stoop. In 1 year, we came to 19,000 entrepreneurs that are members of Stoop. And we are quite happy with this. But as I mentioned from the very beginning, Stoop is a completely new concept on the Romanian market. And thus, there are a lot of entrepreneurs that, when looking from outside, they don't fully understand the concept. Yeah? And they don't take advantage of all its benefits. So for this, we decided to implement the second conversational robot that will interact with entrepreneurs on the market and will tell them more about what we are doing in Stoop. And the exciting part is that this new conversational robot will be integrated with OpenAI, so we are really looking forward to have it.
You'll have it soon. We're working on it and it's happening. Okay, and to give some more substance to the discussion, could you share some of the, let's say, some challenges that you faced during implementation and usage of the conversational bot, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, I wouldn't say
all the journeys have goods and bads, but it's not about how bad or how good it is, how you can manage and how can you overcome everything that's in your way.
Yes, I wouldn't say exactly challenges. I would say that, as I mentioned previously, we had a very good experience in implementing the first robot. The implementation process practically was smooth, and we learned a lot. As a company, we are quite creative. So we had a lot of ideas about what Raul should do. And we were extremely happy that Druid was next to us, a company that was all the time solution-oriented, and that they were ready to implement things especially for our needs. I mean, things that they had to develop, basically, for us. What I think it's important to consider that this kind of project is not ending with a go-live. When you are starting with a robot, you have to monitor all its interactions, collect feedback, and customize it further. This is how we did, and now Raul is at a different stage. And of course, we were really happy that Druid was with us also in the second stage as well.
Yeah, and that's something that we do together. The customer, and as Liviu mentioned, the Druid Academy that helps you learn everything you need to manage it, and also the customer success team that will be there with the customer to make sure that everything goes smooth, that you can scale the implementation and spread it through organization wherever there's need for that kind of technology. Okay, now, finishing, because I'm running out of time.
Okay.
Could you, for the audience here or online, there are customers with some years of experience, but also some that are at the beginning of the journey, or some that are considering starting with Druid. What advice would you give them, especially for the ones that are considering or in the very beginning of the journey?
Okay. I would say that in any type of area you would consider to put this type of conversational robot, it will definitely achieve efficiency gain. Considering the smooth process, I would say that it's worthwhile trying it, and I'm pretty sure you will fall in love with it immediately. And after you have it and you experience all its benefits, you will start thinking in which area to put the next one. At least this is what we've done.
The next one, or as you saw earlier,
exactly.
maybe the megabot to cover everything.
You are right.
All right. Thank you, Andrea.
Enough.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there... We're open to any questions from audience, if there are any, or in the discussions after.
I will be available.
Yeah.
We don't have questions. I have one, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
I heard you using words like compliance and risk and bank, but I also heard you using words like emotion, and people confusing, in the most wonderful sense, the conversational robot with the person. How did you build emotion into the process? Because that feels less transactional and feels more personal.
I'd say that if I can describe BetterMeek, it's exactly this. We are giving money, but we are giving money with heart. We are not just giving money, we are explaining to people how they can invest, what they could do in order to have an added value to their company. This was our mission from the very beginning. And I would say that the conversational robot matched exactly our needs, the emotional one, with, of course, the external requirements that we, being part of a financial institution, these are very, very important.
Kira, I'm telling you, you should visit Stoop at some
Yeah.
moment. Well, you're going to feel that technology and finance and emotion all get together there. It's a different experience.
Yeah, I think if we put a bit of pressure on Liviu to fly me to Romania, I will. I will. Okay.
All right,
folks,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Andrea.
Alrighty. Before I introduce our next speakers who are going to come up on stage, there's something I know the team don't know I'm going to say this, but if you're listening there to the innovation that's happening and coming out of Romania, and you look at the people who are creating the technology, I love hearing those examples. I'd love to see them in Ireland, the UK, and the US, and whatever else. Part of coming today isn't just, watching and listening to people on stage and working out what's possible, but please, please, please take the opportunity to network with other people in the room. And also, when you hear some of the speakers today, I'll be picking Andrea's head, asking about emotion, how she went about it. I'll be asking about the Romanian market and how you can introduce innovation that exists there and bring it into the UK and everywhere else. So please, please, please use the lunch breaks and the tea breaks and everything else to pick everybody else's brains to make this a success as well. Let me introduce two people. Michael, who works for EI, he's been in business, I'm going to say 17 years, just to make him feel a little bit younger. I know, but I'm going to bring it down, not up. He's worked in enterprise architecture for all that time and helps companies through consulting and implementation to get the technology to work. And that's the bit you're going to hear about now. How do we actually get all this technology to work? How do we bleed it into the companies to make everything that sits on top work? And we have Ranuka as well, who's going to do the interview here and have a lovely fireside chat. Please come on stage. Round of applause, everyone, as well, if you don't mind.
Hello. Good morning. Really excited. Actually, I know Kieran wanted to look for some ideas in terms of where this morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, I spoke to my kid online, and she said, "Daddy, I want to go to see Taylor Swift on Friday. Can you book tickets?" So I have to go there, open my tablet, log in, put in the credit card, which seats you're going to pick and all that stuff. I would have loved to have a conversational AI interact with my daughter to do that thing. Well, the reality is that we are seriously at an inflection point here, right? So, do you remember the days where you had to press F1 in order to open the menu and F3 to confirm and control X and Y in order? This is as a change in the way that technology is evolving and our lives are going to evolve that we haven't seen for quite a while. And it's not only me saying it, but I was having a conversation with the former minister, deputy minister for digital innovation and research for Cyprus just last week, and he said this is as transformative as much as the light bulb was, right? Maybe a bit less, but it is going to change our lives. And we have to wake up, right? We cannot ignore it. We have to really understand how this is going to be impacting the work environment. And there's a lot of opportunity out there, right? So organizations are looking at the adoption of AI from the perspective of gaining efficiency, driving new experiences, and really it's a shift in terms of what the workforce experience is going to look like.
Michael, I'm really interested from your experience, because you've been with, I've heard 17 plus years, but you've been with UI for the last 6 years, driving projects in technology consulting in Malta, which I'm guessing the weather is very nice.
Yeah, and a few other countries.
Good. So tell me from your experience, because you talk every day with customers, what do you feel changed in the business scene?
There's a constant awareness that the organization needs to change in order to do work in a different way, right? We've seen the emergence of RPA technology for the automation of tasks, and organizations are facing substantial amount of churn in terms of human resources. People don't want to do boring jobs anymore.
It's very hard to find people that want to do the job that you need them to do.
Exactly, and most importantly, they need to be able to feel that they're actually being empowered to do the stuff which they're trained for and they're creative about and think about. you can't believe how long it takes in order for me to open up an opportunity on our CRM system. Like, yes, we have automation running that. I want to have a conversation with someone, you know.
Michael,
like,
we'll talk after.
Yeah, we'll talk
I'll tell
after
you.
That. Yeah, Thierry, next use case, POC. So the work experience needs to evolve. And actually, if you look at even the studies that the World Economic Forum has been doing, like the workforce environment is going to evolve substantially, and we have to actually shift and get ready for organizations in order to be able to absorb and integrate this technology in order to actually, make that transition, right? So it's not for the sake of the technology itself.
It's actually for the sake of the people more, and technology actually helps. And it was very interesting because you mentioned about new experience. Yeah, you talked a bit about how it was in the past. We talk now about new experience. How do you see it? What is this new experience? And if you see some challenges in, this road to automation.
I have a slide for this.
Yes, perfect. Bring it up.
Well, the reality is that, we didn't prepare for this, right? So the reality is that, CEOs are actually seeing that, listen, this is something that I need to look at. Most probably, I think Forrester did a study, it's like 22% of organizations really have large-scale implementations of AI in the organization, right? Some are laggards, some are not really looking at it. I don't know where they, where they are. But anyway, the fact is that CEOs are seeing that, technology leaders, business leaders are seeing this quite transformational. Like the advantages that, for example, Microsoft have, shared with the, how, generative AI is actually changing, and increasing the productivity of coders is quite remarkable. My son is has just started university. He's doing a course in AI. And actually, I called him and I told him, listen, all that study you did for programming, a few commands and the code came up. I told him, like, this is going to replace your job in the future. So it was a little bit discouraging, but had to push him a little bit further. But there's also another reality, which is, 46% have concerns, right? 46% are concerned about, how do I trust the technology? How do I actually build confidence within the organization? Can my employees feel that, this technology is something that they can rely on, right?
Absolutely, and I think the trust is very important in this whole process.
And a study EY did in terms of the future of the workforce, you see in this chart, by different industry segments, and how people feel confident about this technology in terms of being applied in that particular segment. In terms of that, you see one thing, right? The much more data-centric organizations like telecoms, financial services, they're very much used to the technology being embedded in their work processes. Absolutely. And they're more comfortable in terms
and
of
they're more open, because we've seen, Gabi and Andrea earlier. Exactly. Seeing how open they are to actually adopt this.
But there are other industries where, and other verticals where obviously there's a bit of skepticism in terms of, am I liable? I had a very long conversation with Kieran in terms of, AI in the context of healthcare, where, can a doctor rely on the technology to advise him, at which point in time does the concern about liability and trust come to the point where a professional, a lawyer, or maybe a consultant, actually, rely on the information that he's getting. And there are ways of going about it, right? And this is what we're going to talk about in the latter part of the discussion, in terms of how you actually build the foundations in the organization to embed this technology, but also actually build trust around it.
And it's very interesting, because I know, looking at that chart, I see that the least prone, let's say, industry that would adopt AI and technology is the defense. It's very interesting because we at Druid are working with US Air Force as a customer, implementing an HR solution. So you can actually look at
this is
things a
very
bit differently as well.
And this is one important distinction to make, really,
Yeah.
really important distinction. You know, there's the vertical dimension and there's the horizontal dimension.
Yes.
There's work practices in any organization which are pretty much, with all due respect, a commodity, right? So it's much, let's call it, it's much more natural
Yeah.
in order to actually take those components, which are, you know, if it's about dealing with customers, it's about dealing with finance data, you know, why do I have to actually answer to my boss and tell him, like, you know, why is the revenue not going up this month?
Yeah.
What's this gonna, like, you know, go and inquire, you know, to the chatbot that will actually analyze the data, utilize generative AI behind the scenes, and actually give you that information in front of you, right? So there are things which are horizontal, and then there's very domain-specific technologies and practices. And what's changing in the market is that with the investment that is being done on the foundational models and the technology being productized into platform and capabilities, the adoption in the vertical space is not more of an experimentation, but an adoption.
Plus, I think it's really interesting because here we're looking from the employee perspective, but we also have this interaction with the customer that needs to take into account maybe those industries that are not necessarily prone from an employee perspective can actually look into
at it from
something.
And the diagram here, like, you know, that little, you know, brain thingy there, it's realizing that this is not a matter of automating a task.
Yeah,
This is about augmenting the capabilities of the workforce, right? Yeah. And it's an augmentation scenario. It's an assistant. It's something that helps you to do your job faster and better. But there are things that organizations need to take into account, particularly in terms of making sure, like any digitalization initiative, you know, there's threats, risks in terms of failure. There's an inherent aspect of change happening, right, within the organization.
Basically, it's a process. I think in all journeys, I think it's a process. And I would actually want to do an experiment here with you because you're the expert here, you know, you've worked with customers. So I would actually want to play the role of a customer in this room. I'm very interested in AI. I'm very interested in this conversational AI space. I don't know exactly where to start. So help me. Where should I start?
And this is, so the first thing, I start with the disclaimer first. You know, don't think about it as one particular technology to solve one specific problem, right? This is, you know, in order to become successful in the adoption in this space, you have to have the right foundations across the organization. And, you know, this is where my background in enterprise architecture comes into play, right? So, you know, the typical framework of enterprise architecture, where we're linking the business capability to the strategy, we're looking at the applications in order to support that, the technology to enable it, and more important at the core is the data, right? With security spanning across the board. The same mindset needs to be adopted when we are actually looking at the adoption of these technologies. First of all, there's a two-pronged approach, right? Top-down and bottom-up. If you do only bottom-up in isolation, bottom-up helps in terms of, you know, as we've heard, understanding the technology, understanding the potential, looking at the capability and how it and really understand how it's going to change the organization. But there also needs leadership direction in terms of top-down by looking at holistically how conversational AI, generative AI, and other AI technologies are actually going to impact the business by linking them to not on a task level, but looking at them holistically at a process, at the value chain perspective, because it's going to impact the customers and the employees. And this is where we look at that top layer. At the heart of it is data, right? Most organizations are still struggling with siloed, fragmented, unstructured, undocumented, unclassified, undescribed data. And you know, we're working with a lot of organizations really of actually establishing those foundations. It doesn't mean you have to wait, because that's a very long journey, right? Yeah. You know, we're coming from decades of dealing with single applications, right? You deploy an ERP system, you deploy an HI system, you deploy a supply chain system. The world is changing by looking at processes holistically, by looking at that interaction, that now will be conversational. You don't want it to be siloed across one single application, and it needs to be across the board. And these things can actually happen in parallel, whilst at the bottom, we see building the set of technologies and components, the arsenal that the organization is going to have to be able to absorb this capability inside of the organization. We've seen that with low-code systems, right, over the past years. Low-code systems are becoming one alternative component of how you actually deliver capability within the organization. And that needs to be integrated as a platform mindset across
Because I think what you pinpoint correctly regarding data, I think there's two ways of doing it. If you're waiting for putting an order within the data in your company, then you've already missed the train of automation. I think, and I would love to hear your opinion, how do you see a conversational platform as being an omni-channel to all the technologies that we know our customers have and that are a bit fragmented, if you want?
The integration of conversational AI with the combination of automation technologies, like, in fact, within EY, we don't call it, and even outside, we don't call it artificial intelligence, or we don't call it automation, we call it intelligent automation. Because we're seeing these 3 tiers of maturity or capability growth within organizations, right? At the point where you're going to have the conversational aspect integrating with the automation capability, the process design, and then surfacing the data, right? So data management practices are very important. The automation practice is extremely important, and this conversational element is actually bringing it and surfacing it in an experience which was different from, spend 3 weeks and trying, I'm fed up of our SAP training. We just migrated to SAP in Malta, so I'm fed up of that. So why can't I have a conversation with my SAP?
Absolutely, absolutely. I have a question, because you, at the beginning, talked about trust, and trust in the technologies and trust in this whole process of automation. So I have a quite difficult question for you, and I would love to hear your answer. Can conversational AI and generative AI particularly, and trust, can live under the same roof?
What does trust mean, and how we actually achieve that? So it's a matter of building confidence, and how do you actually do that, right? So you need to have trust in the quality of the outcome that you're receiving, right? When we're talking about the risks around hallucination, the lack of oversight in terms of the data, if you have crappy data, don't expect miracles, right? So let's be realistic here. So the performance and accuracy of the solution is one element that builds trust over time. Right? You don't expect people to trust it
from day one.
From day one. As much as you still have organizations that, yes, they have an ERP, but they still print out their invoices and have them filed and actually put in an archive somewhere, right? So we have to see these jumps that are happening at such a rapid pace. The other element is transparency. So the transparency around how that outcome is actually being done, what's actually driving this. Similar to when we're looking at data and analytics, having people understanding this is the lineage of the data. It's the same concepts that need to happen in terms of having explainability of why, and we're seeing these even in the consumer-facing space, right? If I'm actually surfacing an answer, these were the sources that I've used for that. Right? Bing is a perfect example with the latest release of the conversational aspect of Bing. Bing does that really, really well. And we need to actually think about that from a design experience point of view for the organization. Ultimately, it's also about the accountability and the ability to actually challenge, right? Having the structure within the organization in order to know, listen, these are the parts which are being driven by which parts of the technology, and that's where the enterprise architecture will come into play. Data privacy and security, of course, we can spend like a whole day just talking about that. But most importantly, and I was happy it was really mentioned in the previous session, it's the human oversight, right? It's making that distinction of where you're going to have a situation where, yes, the AI is going to drive the outcome, and when do you actually want to have the person in the front seat making that decision? Yes, I'm going to share this with the customer, right? It was in the demo as well. Yes, I feel comfortable with this answer. And being able to actually utilize that human oversight in order to actually reinforce the capabilities of the platform and the quality over time. And that's a substantial shift which we're seeing, where you have, yes, the machine learning part, but also the reinforcement learning part coming into play, right?
So tell us what's next.
What's next? My key message is not to think about individual projects, but think about, already from now, about the strategic capability of the organization. And actually, I utilize the slide in the context as well of any form of digital transformation in the organization. The first part is you need to have people with cross-functional knowledge within the organization. The technologists, the business specialists, the process architects working together. Many times I see projects fail because that communication is broken. That's where digitalization fails. You need to actually bring these people together. There are various ways and forms, but there are multiple perspectives. The UX designers, the process architects, the business specialists. The second pillar is really think about that platform of capability. It is, you're building you're putting in place the building blocks that allow you to then orchestrate that new experience and that new process or new product or new service.
Yeah, that omni-channel approach that we keep talking about.
And ultimately is having the right balance between experimentation and learning, or proof of concepts, which is a mechanism of learning. Yes. With the right governance structure in place, in order to be able to actually give directions at an early stage in terms of what are the foundational changes that need to happen, right? Right now, I'm working with an organization in financial services where they've, and we're talking about technology of, 5 years ago, 4 years ago. They're implementing low-code platforms in the organization, right? And they've experimented with this, in isolation, with various teams, which is good, right? That bottom-up approach. But now they realize in order to actually scale this up, you need to establish the best practices. You need to establish a center of excellence capability where you're pooling the knowledge of the organization together in order to accelerate that adoption. And these are the mechanisms that need to be driven top-down in the organization in line with the strategic goals.
I think it's just a journey. I think everything is a journey, and I think it's important from where you start, but also where you want to achieve. So, Michael, thank you very much for this. I hope that people in the room were inspired to start an automation journey. If we have any questions.
If you want to connect.
Yeah.
And by the way, have a look at ey.ai. Not that I'm pitching anything, it's just interesting. I'm not. It's just interesting, how organizations are really like surfacing these capabilities in internal platforms as well, right? We were doing that internally for us, but it's also a good example of having those practices and the technologies in place for the whole organization. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. You have questions?
Okay. We asked the question, what's next? I think, Michael, what I seen earlier on, you're going to have your children creating a robot answering your questions next time. So next time you ring up, you say, don't worry, Dad, you've paid for Taylor Swift box. And your son will say, I've actually changed course. The good news is I'm now living in Milan and you're paying for that as well. So I wait to see that happen. Look, we'll keep moving at pace, but please don't forget, look, take pictures of what you're seeing there. videotape some of the talks, please post it with Symbiosis2 as the hashtag. Again, I'll emphasize, talk to the speakers. They're more than happy to help. And notice afterwards, we've got the workshops later on today as well. So please go in and ask questions. How do you actually build the foundations of a successful program from the top down? How do you get the data quality right? How do you string this together to get it all to work, to create some of the exceptional experiences that you are seeing the different customers and different partners talking about today? Okay, to keep things moving quickly, and to use real-world examples. We're going to bring Andrea on stage. We're going to bring Alex on stage. I have to say, preparing for this talk today, I haven't seen someone as passionate about customers and retail and about changing a mindset and changing habits and using conversational AI to make all of that possible so that customers who are in the retail segment have an amazing experience. And you keep hearing words like emotion and experience, and that's what Megabot allows. Please, Andrea and Alex on stage.
So thank you, Alex, for joining us today. First of all, retail is an industry of focus for Druid. We have implemented solutions in retail since 2019. We evolved alongside with our customers and learning from their experiences. And we have customers from US to Australia implementing Druid technology in the retail space. And I think that the Taylor Swift ticket could have easily been bought with a Druid virtual assistant. And moreover, he would have helped you decide faster than searching for the internet on the website and get information from there. So we have built a solution that covers both internal user automation, so employees, user cases coming from HR, logistic, procurement, accounts payable, legal, but also, which is the most important for a business in retail, is the customer's experience. So not using the plain old websites where the customer is not every time decided to buy. With a virtual assistant, with a personal shopper, your customers are engaged. We are not doing only cost reduction from the contact center and order management or the tracking support, but also we are generating business. And I think this is the real benefit of what Druid technology can bring to the retail space. So Alex, you have been working with Druid since 2019-20 almost. Yeah. You are a pioneer in the space. You're part of a very big hypermarket network. How did you identify the business need, and how did you embrace technology, conversational AI technology in retail?
I think, first of all, hello to all. Thank you so much for the invitation. In the same approach, I think it's quite a good journey that we need to understand that in retail, we talk for two types of customers. First, the internal one, and after that, also the external one. Because basically, if you don't choose the need for the internal, it's hard to manage the need for the external. Because if you don't know your employees, basically, it's hard to know your customers. So I think this is the most suitable part. Embracing the technology regarding Druid and the chatbots, I think, was something that for us was a path in order to discover how this technology could help us in our process optimization and also process focusing. Because, when you start a journey of the digital, because we are a department that in one way we are on the middleware of the business. So basically, we are not on the IT or business, we are on the middleware part. So we translate the business need into a digital transformation need. And we embrace the Druid technology in order to evade two type of dynamics. One, the process optimization regarding ticketing, also access to information in the logistics side. And the next one also suitable for the HR department in also how we can make a more sustainable how to say that, I think, onboarding process, and also having access to information 24 hours per day to each employee at each time.
So when you say it like that, it seems very simple. How was your experience in implementing? Was it a soft journey? What were the lessons learned during this process? And basically, how did you convince people in using the technology, and not only employees or customers, but also top management to include it in your development strategy?
I think we have some sponsor, I think, in the top management. I think each time we don't see chatbots like another tool, we see it like a virtual assistant. So basically like Betemic was having Raul, we made a brand awareness in the company that basically the first chatbot was Sarah, and the name was spelled out by the employees, not by us. So basically they managed to make the first virtual assistant in the company. And if you see like the technology like your assistant, basically it's quite easy to adopt. And this was, I think, the main huge advantage, that basically creating like an avatar for one people that could feel and embrace emotion in the company. After that, it's quite easy to endorse. And I think was not quite easy on the first side, but after that, having people to test, and after that to create more experience and also to optimize the flows, basically it's quite easy for people to understand what is the new journey for this type of technology.
So you have a wide, so what I like first is your focus on the employee, people first. So you have a wide, in retail, usually there is a wide range of profiles, from blue-collar workers to white-collar workers, different levels of technology awareness. Some are tech-savvy, some are basically using still phones with the keyboard. In the era of generative AI, when there is such rumor that the people will be replaced by technology, there was a movement about replacing cashiers with pay-as-you-go solutions and putting smart cards where you put from the shelf and you pay once you go out of the store. Are people afraid of being replaced by technology? I know that you're using it in Google Chat to make the adoption much easier for your employees, and the interaction also for the non-tech savvy users much easier.
I think it's not regarding changing or something, it's regarding changing the way we expect to have the relationship, because basically on the first time, as you mentioned, cashier, basically we have a transactional relationship. Maybe the cashier only scanning the goods, but when you have and scanning your own goods, basically you transform the relationship on the relational one. And this is something that with the chatbot, also you feel the emotion, and we receive a lot of questions that, okay, Sarah, can you go out for a coffee? Or Sarah, how can I do my job better, or stuff like that. So people that are starting to embrace and feeling the power of this type of dynamics and having access to the information in any type of device, using phones, laptops, I don't know, computer, desktops, and stuff like that. So basically having access to each information each time, 24 hours on any device. Basically, it's a little bit the needs in the retail space in order for us to evolve and to make, I think, the journey for the employees and also for the customers more elaborate in the upcoming journey.
So Sarah is the HR assistant. Sarah is performing from recruitment tasks, and she's basically helping people apply for a job, and also she's managing the relation with the back office hypermarket managers that are placing their needs for a certain profile. And at the same time, Sarah is the one helping with the onboarding process. So it's doing everything from sourcing to exit interviews and integrating into your back office system, into HCM solution, into analytic tools. And the other one is Felix for logistics. It's connected also to your technologies back in the back. So we are talking about virtual assistants that empower business users, empower tech, empower employees with technologies to make room for them to focus on actually the tasks that matter for the business itself. I know that some of our customers, for instance, have reduced by 75% the time spent in HR for recruitment. Can you share some numbers? These are numbers that we get from Druid dashboard. So Druid platform has very rich analytics based on the conversational history data. So together with the business sponsors inside each department, we can monitor the benefits brought by automation, brought by the virtual assistant, and at the same time by the automation through APIs, through robotic process automation, and we can focus in elaborating new conversations based on what users' interactions are doing in the conversation history.
I think on the KPIs level, we are on the same approach as the market average, as you exposed. But I think a quite seamless experience is that people are coming for us to embrace different scenarios with Sarah, basically going paperless, and also having a lot of approaches in the organizational steps regarding, I think, the embracement of GDPR, cybersecurity, and all of that. That is quite hard to manage this type of new scenarios in other legacy systems. So I think this is a quite good approach, that having people coming to you, okay, maybe it's quite good to improve that one. Maybe we can use Sarah for the benefits inside the company, because we also have benefits, I think, explode in each silo in the company. So having Sarah like, I think, one system suitable for different needs, different departments, I think this is the KPI that for me it's quite evolving. And I think one KPI that for me it's quite better, and I want to expose it, that having a conversation in the Ocean employees based on the medium of 70% that are using Sarah for different tasks. And I think this is the quite good emphasize that having a conversation AI, and also I was glad to understand that we also have the conversational text-to-speech in the future, could be quite a huge advantage to understand how we can improve the user experience based on this approach.
So we are talking a lot about employees, but in the end, the purpose is to get customers on the website, and not only to get them on the website, but to make them buy. So we have a customer in Australia. It's a very big retail network. They started initially with order management, order tracking, so they managed to reduce by 69, 70-something% the load on the contact center, on self-service tasks. And now, with the launch of generative AI, we have implemented together with them product recommendations. So as sneak peek was shown earlier by Dan, we will also have the opportunity after lunch to have breakout rooms where we will be doing live demos, and we will focus on brainstorming together with you in different user cases. And also, because I mentioned about this customer, initially they saved money, but they also did something else. They increased the CAT score. So most of us are focused on reducing costs. But what is the customer experience? We should focus on NPS scoring, customer success story. So the way that we monitor based on conversation history data, based on the customer feedback, so they have a CAT score now above 70, and they are targeting 85 CAT score. And I mentioned about product recommendation use case. They recently have it implemented. And a thing that was amazing for us was that when we've met them, they told us, look, guys, we increased by 4 times the conversion rate on the website. We reached almost 10% conversion rate on the website. What does this mean? It means that when a customer lands on the website, the virtual assistant pops up. So it doesn't allow the customer to look, browse the website, and get out of the site, but it keeps him engaged in the website, recommends product, helps them pick some different products and puts them automatically into the cart, and then you can pay directly from the virtual assistant. So it helps you buy. What are your plans in empowering your customers, in supporting your customers with generative AI, knowledge-based technology? How are you seeing the future in the grocery hypermarket? The other customer was not grocery.
It's, I think, hard and easy to tell based on the generative AI, because we all know the capabilities, and I think it's also unknown. what the future can bring with this type of technology, because like the past year or the past years, you never embrace also that e-commerce has such a boom after the COVID part, but we never know. I think the generative AI, it's a game changer based on the customer experience with different type of tools. And I think for us, testing different type of scenarios, how we can improve the customer experience also in store, but also in the e-commerce is something that it's our strategy leaps. And I think in the future, we'll have something based on this type of value in order how we can improve the customer journey and also having a more frictional experience also on the in-store and also on the e-commerce. I think the most important one is how we can focus on the indoor retail in order to embrace the customer journey on this phase with the conversational AI, generative, and with different type of tools based like, I don't know, maybe scenarios that customer also can have access to data for, I don't know, stock rupture or stuff like that in the same time as an employee.
So thank you, Alex. Looking forward for the future. We will be introducing soon the Megabot into the back office part. So the future is closer than we think, as you saw earlier. If there are any questions from the audience. No questions?
Can I ask a question, if you don't mind?
Sure.
How difficult was it to get conversational AI into retail? Because we kind of expect it, but ultimately this is an experiential product very often, and therefore I want to feel it and I want to touch it, not necessarily talk about it. So how did you bridge that gap?
I think it depends a little bit on the strategy. So basically we start first like a strong strategy in order to introduce that we can do things. And conversational AI was something like unknown, unused. So I think the first part was to start something, and we had a lot of POC with Druid. I think the seamless experience based, how can easier process came from the back office, make it to front office. It was quite easy and quite endorsing for the people. And after that, you know, the use cases and also the implementation was quite easy to manage because basically we have it all in our same environment. We use Google Chat for that one. So it was quite easy and quite real to introduce this type of technology based on the fact that also we are trying to impose a little bit intelligent automation. And I think was a fact also like a button top and top button that help us to suit our need, because each time with this type of flow, you need also some sponsor, how you can manage this type of, I think, implementation.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Kieran. Just before closing, I want to say that the implementation is not a difficult process. It's around 3-month process, and I strongly encourage to work with our partners that are locally. So they are like an extensive arm of Druid. They have been following our courses from Druid Academy. They are all trained in implementing Druid technology in your local language, locally, and supporting you 24, or according to the SLAs. There will be there are partners here in the room, so you can talk with them. They have a lot of experience with Druid and RPA technologies. And some of our partners will be on the stage coming further, so waiting for them.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty. I was going to say I'll be here 24/7 myself, but I won't. I won't. We'll have to end at some stage today. Look, I'm still surprised. Every time I'm hearing someone talk, I'm surprised and surprised. Why this time? Well, we've heard retail, we've heard HR, we've heard manufacturing. We're hearing all the different use cases that you can put it to, or conversational AI and generative AI. And as I said earlier on, if you can describe it, if you can think it, generative AI can create it. And I would, as Andrea said, Now I'm going to embarrass you as you're walking past here. I would recommend, look, go into the workshops, bring some of your suggestions, some of your ideas, work with the partners as well to get a POC up and running. You have to test the technology. You can't wait and wonder whether something's going to happen or something's going to change to make it practical. It is practical, it does work, and it's working now. You mentioned the partners. Well, we're going to bring Roboyo up, and Irina's going to bring Rob and Ian up, and we're going to talk about some of the things that they're doing from a hyper-automation and a very strategic perspective as well. Irina, Rob, and Ian, folks. Thank you.
Well, for sure, nobody likes to talk about the partners than myself. So I'm very happy to have Roboyo as the co-sponsor of this event, because Roboyo combines business and technical expertise to change how the business are transformed and to change the way the processes of the business are working. And ideally realizing this at speed. And when we think about speed, one of the things that comes to mind might be the sound of... So this is my cue to let you know that Roboyo would want to announce their partnership with F1 Williams and invite you with this occasion to test out and use the simulators to play around with them. And so I'm happy to introduce you today to Jan and to Rob. And I will leave it to you to talk about the digital transformation of your valued customer, which is Siemens.
Thank you very much, Irina. Pleasure to be here. So Roboyo are a global market leader in hyper-automation. We're a global delivery partner for Druid, and it's nice to get the opportunity to be up here today to talk about an example of where we bring best-of-breed technology partners together to give our customers the best possible outcome. Welcome to Rob on stage from Siemens Digital Industries. Siemens, again, a big partner of Roboyo globally. Siemens are a powerhouse of an organization, huge, global, work in a lot of kind of different areas. Could you share a bit about Siemens Digital Industries and a bit more about what the organization does?
Yeah, sure. I think the first thing, though, is as a German organization, we're never going to have something called a megabot, which I think is incredibly impressive. Yeah, so Siemens, we are a global organization, over 300,000 employees. We're approaching now almost 100 billion of revenue. So, you know, where our mainstays are is really in creating the smart business, the smart buildings, and really the smart infrastructure. And you look at that across energy, you look at that across manufacturing. You know, we enable sort of ideas to become business outcomes, and that's the key part of Siemens.
Thank you. And alongside that, you have a range of technologies that you can offer customers, best of breed in lots of different areas, manufacturing execution, design, product lifecycle management. About 4 years ago, Siemens went off and acquired one of the market-leading low-code platforms. Can you tell me why that was?
Yeah, so if you think what Siemens does, they basically have stuff, and if you think about their things, and what actually drives things, it's applications. So Mendix, as an organization, is, in fact, I think Gartner's latest report came out on Friday last week, and we are very top right with no one anywhere near us as of now. So what do? We create, we're a low-code platform that creates applications, business outcomes, but we do this across all types of industry sectors, but also all types of technology types. There's lots of great stuff that was talked about today, and if you think about a sort of an ecosystem of environments where we can actually push technologies in terms of running things, but also enabling customers, enabling your internal organization. Siemens itself now has over 500 applications that are built on Mendix. So it's running pretty much everything that we say we do and our customers.
And from a low-code point of view, I understand that, you know, It allows you to bring a lot of that kind of more fragmented ecosystem together. But from your perspective, some of the other kind of real key benefits of that kind of low-code approach into your customer base?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think a lot of, as I said, a lot of great things have been talked about today. The biggest thing is actually consumption. So how do you consume some of this transformational change? And everyone's got 5 of everything now. And when you think about most enterprises, well, they are by its very nature a heterogeneous environment. So it's about creating that ecosystem where you can build applications that shorten the timescale for your core applications, or create applications in some of the areas where you've got technology debt, or where you've actually want to push things to the AWSs or the Azures of the world, or the Googles. So there's lots of different areas, and I see it as this fabric where you can start creating business outcomes, but really, really quickly. But in order to work in that fabric, you have to have lots of partners, and that's really making sure that you're working with the likes of Roboyos, who can start helping us, integrate, the likes of Druid, where we can actually get some, AI coming through from the customer. But also, if we talk about Williams, making sure, and they always said, we're not going to buy anything unless it makes the car go faster. So that's the only thing that you do. So a tip for anyone that speaks to Williams, you just make the car go faster.
And that's a really good segue in. So, it was phenomenal for us to be able to announce that we are official digital transformation partner for Williams Formula One. Hugely exciting. I'm a huge petrol head, so that was fantastic. But you're quite right. Everything from a Formula One perspective, it's all about a cost cap. Everyone's working to the same financial barrier as all the other kind of Formula One teams. So what that's done is it's really kind of brought all of those teams together. They can't spend their way into performance anymore. They have to be far more careful about what they do. So in terms of process improvement, what they do, how they do it, doing it quicker, better, faster, in a leaner manner, the application of technology, what we're doing in conjunction with low code and Williams, that's phenomenal. And that's across kind of 2 different areas of the business. One is across the kind of pure manufacturing side, so helping them from a trackside operations point of view, make decisions far, far more quickly, far more effectively. But there's also the other side, and this is about customer engagement, brand awareness, extending what they do within the market, basically engaging with the youth of today to become the Williams Formula One supporters of tomorrow. And this is an area where both ourselves, Siemens Williams a big customer of Siemens, but also Druid, are beginning to work together to actually bring those kind of core technologies together to improve that overall kind of level of customer engagement and experience. Is that something you'd like to kind of tell a bit more about?
I think, Michael from EY, I think some really good points there around, it's about the entirety of the process, and I think you can consume things in a sort of pace. And my advice as well is you don't try and boil the ocean, but have a framework to get there, because you can start delivering incremental value across different areas of your business. And I look at AI, for example, and low code as being, synonymous together to drive business outcomes. But there are so many facets of it. So you have the customer, the generated AI, but you also have, and this is something that we're doing a lot of, is in creating an environment that's just as robust and innovative for your customers as it is internally to build applications. And this is something that organizations need to do, especially Williams and other, really at the edge of innovation organizations. You need to do things differently, and you need to do things quickly, and you need to build applications. So we say that we build better applications, but we build applications better as well. And using that capability to drive really at pace development of business outcomes that you can get out on the shop front really, really quickly. And it's a key area.
Yeah, and I think, again, looking at Williams is obviously a very interesting example, but we build applications for all kinds of organizations in all kinds of different areas. In terms of that kind of joining up, that combined value, we realized very, very quickly when working with Druid the amount of value that could add to the kind of applications we were building on behalf of our customers. Anything that's citizen-facing, customer-facing, supplier-facing, that additional level of engagement and control over that kind of end-to-end business journey. Again, would you like to kind of talk to us a bit more about some of those?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things there, it's like citizen development. It's interesting when we've been dealing with the analysts, citizen development is the taboo subject now. You can't be a citizen developer because it's actually creating sort of, it's not regulated, it's going outside of what the confines are of where an organization wants to be. So it's almost you have to get citizen style development within your application development teams. And that's something that is a real transformation of behaviors and actions and activities and creating environments to build things better. We saw a great slide about, you know, bringing together, you've got the business, you've got development, and you've got actually your customer as well. And that entire ecosystem has to be brought into mind when you're developing anything. Yep. So it's all together now, and I think it's bringing it all together.
Very much so, and it's interesting the way that we've been seeing the market moving generally from a technology point of view. I think I mentioned earlier on that what we tend to work is we work across lots of different technology areas, but what we tend to do is we tend to work with what we believe are the absolute best of breed within those particular technology areas. What I've seen a lot of over the past 3 to 4 years is organizations trying to be everything to every person. So what you've got a lot of consolidation within the market, buying RPA vendors, process mining, you know, conversational AI technology. But what you tend to find from a personal point of view is that actually you have a weakening of the overall. And what we found is working with partners like yourself and with Druid, what you end up with is the best combination of the best technologies that again give customers the best possible outcome. You know,
absolutely.
Don't try and kind of compromise in the middle. Is that something that you would reflect on?
You'd think with an organisation like Siemens, with 300,000 employees and a development team that's probably half of that, that you'd think we would try and position ourselves as everything to everyone. We absolutely don't. And for us, our ecosystem, our partners, our delivery partners, our technology partners, our delivery of mass outputs partners, all of these are areas that we like to look at what is the best thing for the customer. And you know, it's one of those things where you work with GSIs around the world. You've got to work on a basis of what's the best thing we're trying to do for a customer and how do we get that put together into a seamless but operational product platform. And you know, you go and speak to organizations and the first thing you get is, oh, another platform, what does this one do? I've got 20 platforms, what do we need? But it's actually making sure that you're open, that you're integrated, and you're actually delivering the value that you say. And we always look at where we're relevant, and we make ourselves relevant by delivering applications that actually hit the key KPIs of that organization. And when you hit the key KPIs of an organization, you are relevant. And I think relevance now is where you're getting a place up on the budgets of big customers, because there's lots of money to spend everywhere, but not unless you're in that priority of top 2, 3 big programs. And for me, that's key. And I think AI, you look at all the stats, AI, low code is going to be used by 80% of organizations by 2026. AI is one of the biggest topics for all CIOs. And I think, you know, you bring all of this together and you start merging all of these capabilities and you start creating fireworks.
Thank you for that. So again, you know, from our perspective, we're in early stages of our journey between the parties and what we're doing for Williams. We hope when you invite us to your next event, we'll have some more information to share, which will be quite exciting. I think from our perspective, what we can share kind of shorter term is a lot of the work we've been doing in the background between Siemens Digital Industries and Druid. There will be some official connectors being announced soon. So actually, in terms of that time to value, you know, customer satisfaction, being able to get more, you know, in a shorter space of time, there'll be some exciting announcements being made over the next couple of months. Thank you very much for taking the time to spend with us. Are there any questions from anyone on stage, off stage? Please.
Where is suite getting the education they need generally because obviously seeing huge, massive,
yep.
but there's a massive gap between there and there. So I'm just interested in, it looks like people with AI won't be replaced by AI. People find it. But so to companies without strategies around AI will be replaced or acquired or end their days. So I just wonder, what do you see as the education process for people at that level that need to understand what's coming?
Yeah, great question, by the way, because when you look at any innovation wave, it is the cycle that you go through in educating the market first. And this is why when we position any of our capabilities, we do look at what are those key KPIs for the business. And the only way you resonate with them is by everything you're doing is to get a business outcome that leads to 500 million net new revenue, or I need to get financial services piece, I need my combined operating ratio brought down to 91. When you start talking about those things, we are not a tactical solution. And I think this is the key, is when you're looking at adopting low code, for example, it is a strategic initiative. You are changing the way your organization develops applications. And that is a top level discussion. And we have customers that have 5,000 developers, right? So trying to position, hey, go and buy some low code, that isn't going to work. But what will work is actually saying, right, on average, you 5,000 developers, but you produce that go into production about 3 applications every 2 years with 5,000. So what about if you create smaller teams that are building 20, 30 applications that go into production every year? You've got all of this firepower behind you to start innovating. And then you can start looking at all the really great stuff about my customers and AI and how am I driving that and how can I then differentiate and innovate towards my customers. And it's these things you have to resonate with to be relevant.
Yeah.
Does that answer that?
Yep. Cool. I think the one thing I would add to that, just a bit tongue-in-cheek, is when you talk about large organisations and trying to educate them on the art of the possible, I know when we started our journey with Siemens, that's a behemoth of an organisation. So actually, talking about drinking your own champagne and getting an understanding about the art of the possible would be fair to say it took Siemens generally as an organisation time to get their head around.
However, if you'd come at me and said, we've got some megabot, you'd have had me at that. So,
Thank you for that. Any other questions?
I just got a question around, so when you position yourselves to automate kind of an end-to-end process to a business, so that business has probably got, obviously they will have got underlying workers who are doing something repetitively, spending most of their time to get things, from point A to point B. So the challenge comes from these workers. Are we going to get replaced?
Yeah,
so how do you navigate through that challenge?
It's a great question, and if you go to different countries, you've got different regulations that you need to go through, because Germany, for example, with workers' councils, it's impossible to talk about anything like that. So what we do is we talk about the outcome and the value. We're not talking about displacing people, right? It's not my job to find the operational savings. It's my job to show the business outcome and the value that you can create through an end-to-end hyper-automated process. And hyper-automated is really bringing in all parts of the organization. And this is why I say you can't be tactical when you do these things. It has to be strategic. And one of the oxymorons in life is, how do you get a GSI to work with a low-code platform? How do I get Roboyo to say, work with me because you can sell less people and you can do more? But it's about actually, we can then, Roboyo differentiate because they're creating more value quicker, and they're creating more value in areas. I mean, if you look at any organization, they've got 1,000 years of backlog of innovation that they need to do. Go and do some of that, right? So we can do the stuff that is relevant and for the board and the outcomes of the business, but there's still 1,000 other things that we need to do. So I get your point, but it's not for me to interpret. It's for the organisation to interpret that. And of course, one of the things, and it happens every year, is people consolidate and people have, look at the biggest cost usually to their organisation, which is people.
Thank you for the question. We're getting the signal we've been talking too long. So, yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. I love that last question. I really do. It's something that I see a lot. When you start talking about the cost of automation, I sometimes think we're starting off on the wrong footing. Whereas when you talk about the value of automation or hyper-automation or conversational AI, and as we mentioned earlier on, you tie it to strategic goals of the organization, it makes so much more sense. And it was interesting, I was at a conference last week and someone said to the audience, put up your hand if you know the CEO's top 3 strategic goals. There wasn't many people in the room put their actual hand up. And they were all technology people who were trying to create technology/business solutions that aligned with where the business was going. And then we said, okay, make it slightly easier. Put up your hand if you know your manager's key goals. And again, not too many hands went up. So if you see technology as value, if you align it to your strategic goals, life should be that little bit easier. Now, more examples, more partners. We're going to bring Matthias, Mark, and Irene up. We're going to talk about manufacturing. And this is a fascinating case study for me. And if anybody gets a moment, and the guys know I've done this, please go to Object Carpet's website, go to their YouTube and look at their offices. They're the most amazing that I've ever seen in my life, which shows and is a testament to the success of the business. Come up on stage, please. Round of applause, everyone.
It is again my pleasure to introduce you to one of our partners, one of the recently joined partners in the Druid network, with a focus particularly on the DACH market, but not only. The partnership has skyrocketed in a short period of time, and now we are very glad that Matthias was able to come to this event, having his first customer. And so I will be very happy to learn more about the transformation journey that you guys prepared for Object Carpet.
So first of all, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart, not only from my side, but from the whole team of Lunatech, that we have the opportunity to be here on stage today and give you a little bit of a sneak peek and a little bit of a glimpse what our customer journey now looks like with Object Carpet and will also look like in the future within the next 2 and 3 years. So our vision is we shape the automated world, and as Lunatech, we are constantly thinking about on how the automated world will all impact us as people, but also what influences the automated world. And not only technology will influence that automated world, but also here in this case, the people, which is every one of you in this room, but also the people who are watching here on the live stream. And one of these people is also my dear, I will call him friend now, Mark Kaminsky from Object Carpet.
Thank you, Matthias. Object Carpet may be a company that you might not know, but behind it is a team full of faith. Since 1972, we manufacture premium quality. Our commitment is reflected in design, innovation, and sustainability, values that partners such as Porsche, Google, or EY have come to appreciate. However, our pursuit of excellence is not only limited to our products. We want to develop constantly our processes and services. Imagine processes streamlined and forward-thinking. Imagine customer support, seamless, responsive, and even predictive. That is what we for sure all strive for. Building on our achievements to date and including groundbreaking product developments such as Neo, the first monocarpet in the world, we now want to integrate AI into our service offerings. We don't just want to make carpets, we want to create experiences that are driven by data and developed intelligent for our customers. And how we do it, or how we tackle this mission, I will hand over to you, Matthias, once again.
Yeah, so before we join into that, actually the story of the monocarpet, Mark told me just on on the flight here, which is really exciting. So it's actually the first 100% recyclable carpet in the world. So if the customer gives it back from that material, they can create 100% a new carpet out of that material. So pretty exciting. So how do we start? Basically, well, Mark called me like 1 or 2 months ago, it was, I think, telling me that he has sleepless nights. And with a consultancy background that I do have and solution-driven, I gave him the smart advice, maybe just start or stop to drink so much coffee and maybe do a workout before you go to bed late at night so you can have a good rest of a good night's sleep. But before I could even send the email with the invoice for that perfectly advice, which I was very proud of, he told me that he doesn't even drink coffee. And he's already in good shape, so he already goes to the gym. So his sleepless nights, or the root cause of his sleepless nights was not actually too much caffeine or too less sport. But the root cause was actually he was thinking about the reason technology advances, especially in the field of conversational AI and generative AI. So after chatting a little bit back and forward, what we did, where first of all, we as Lunatech presenting them a few industry-specific cases to get them onboarded on the journey, where we showed them the value of the Druid platform, and not only that, but also just in general, also implementing the generative AI aspect and the large language models that we already heard about today, which is pretty exciting. But also them sharing with us their own idea. So whether it be a quick shower thought, or them brushing their teeth, or just watching a Netflix movie, whatever comes to their mind, they just send me an email back and forth. I think I got like 10 emails from Mark and his colleagues just with quick notes. What about this? What about this? What about this? So without any judging, we just put that all on a table, and within 1.5 weeks, we gathered over 30 ideas for use cases for conversational AI and generative AI. And what we did then, I mean, of course, traditional before we pick into the fancy tech part, so to say, we did traditional consultants. So we evaluated the use cases. We basically made a pipeline for them. And the result of that, basically, was a whole roadmap after all these steps, looking at the data, analyzed every one of them, scored every one of them, looked into a deep dive business benefit of all of them. And we actually came out with 15 use cases ready for implementation, but will take place in the next 2 to 3 years. So after that part, of course, after all these idea gathering and what we can do with all this new technology and all these challenges that Object Carpet has, it was time to bring our ideas to life. So what we did, we started our first lighthouse project, which is called Object Carpet GPT. So that's our current name. It's not so cool, it's not so good sounding. So if anyone, if he has a better idea, maybe after a few drinks tonight, then please come to me, then we will come up with a cool new name. I think we heard like Raoul today and other names. We need something like that as well. So if you have any ideas, also the audience watching, add me on LinkedIn and write me your ideas. We will be pleasant to hear. So one of the biggest challenges that Object Carpet has, which is also one of the biggest strengths. So they have a pretty diverse product portfolio. What does that mean? Well, they have all sorts of different sizes, shapes, materials, and if we multiply all of that, we come to over 40,000 variations of their product portfolio, which gives them a huge challenge to fulfill the customer wishes and the customer needs. So they expect nothing but the best, and also, of course, in the customer experience, they expect nothing but the best to get every answer for their questions. So on how to tackle this challenge, what we did basically, we implemented 2 virtual assistants. Number 1, the virtual assistant is a classical customer service virtual assistant, which answers all of your questions in regarding to the product portfolio, the technical implementation, the technical specification, and be a happy customer, so to say. And the other challenge that we needed to solve is there are so many variations of the same product that sometimes their internal staff is spending so much time just looking through all the data points, through all the data sheets, to find the answers they need right now to answer their emails, to get their project going, to get the design going, etc., 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 wasting hours and hours and hours. So we provide that same service for their internal stuff as well to boost their productivity. So in numbers, as you can see here, 30% CAST rate, basically that is the goal. We just started there, and we will up that goal in the course of the next month. We will have a under 3-month return on investment, which is pretty fast, and so far 100 plus hours saved per year.
So, and as we are a medium-sized family business who strives for adaptability and therefore success in the market, we are necessarily come up to financial limitations when it comes to investing in new activities. And that is why we examine the profitability of every project. Nothing new. I think so far so good. Sounds somehow logical for all of you guys. However, it is important to understand that we are not concerned about the technology or one singular use case. Rather, we are concerned about the overall long-term strategic plan that is made up of individual components which are linked to our comprehensive vision and always considered from a business impact perspective. And best case is the savings from the first or 2 or 3 projects and the flexibility gained will in somehow save or serve to finance the next ones upcoming.
Yeah, and the possibility of that, thinking of long term, so having your savings of your first 2, 3 use cases and then automatically either partially or completely refinance all the further use cases over the next roadmap for the 2 and 3 years, is that it opens a whole new possibility for companies, also mid-sized companies like Object Carpet. So we're only beginning here. That's only the start. We'll expand the scope after the first project here, and we'll expand these virtual assistants across the whole company. So we will do a classic employee self-service HR virtual assistant. We will implement that as well in marketing, including also, we heard about something already today, change their tone, speaking the actual company language and create content for marketing. What we also will do is, of course, do that the same thing for sales and the same thing for finance. I think we already heard today a great presentation about creating reports with large language model integration together with Druid, and we're going to do that with Object Carpet here as well, which provides them a lot of value. So from the idea, from the automated world to the automated company, together as a partner with Druid and also with our customers, with Object Carpet, we strive to shape tomorrow's company, which is the automated company, which will result in the automated world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I, 2 things just out loud. We asked the question about value earlier on. I love what you've done at the start of your process. It's not 1 use case, it's 30 use cases. How did you go about getting all those? Because that must create a wonderful momentum for the business itself.
Yeah. So like I said, they were already thinking, so not just Mark, but also his partners were already thinking about the whole topic of artificial intelligence, conversational artificial intelligence, generative AI, and all these aspects. Of course, somewhat also driven with the ChatGPT hype. I can't deny that. So they were already having a few ideas because they do know their processes best than anyone else. They already came up with some ideas. We all basically came up with our ideas, and in a joint effort over the course of just 1.5 weeks, many calls and nice sessions, we had that comprehensive list and then did quick workshops with them to basically score all of these in a structured way and then come up with a roadmap.
And when you say scored, when we were preparing for today's session, we did prepare, by the way. We really did our homework. You mentioned a lot about return on investment.
Yeah.
So it's not just we'll build a bot and we'll throw it in there and then let's see what happens. There's an actual business case behind each piece of work. Would you mind just a little bit more detail?
So we had 4 metrics, basically. One is the process complexity overall of what we're talking about. The second one is the technical complexity of implementing such a bot in that area. The third one would be the data availability, because without data, which I must admit, like Object Carpet is really advanced. Mark can say a few words about that afterwards. So they have, especially on their product side, all data available which you would need for such a project, and all centrally stored in a system, which is perfectly to build on a conversational layer, so they can work with it. And of course, fourth one is the business benefit, so that's the numbers of Mark and his colleagues. And together with these 4 components, we made a scoring basically, and then made a roadmap in the classical way, the classical quadrant I think everyone is familiar with low-hanging fruits, quick wins, long-term improvements, and something maybe for the parking slot. And then we scored each individual of them, and from that we built a roadmap.
Oh, wow. And was I right, you're building toward a megabot?
Yes.
Would you mind just explaining a little bit more detail that journey and why a megabot is so key to what you're trying to do or achieve?
Yeah, I will hand that question over to Mark.
Yeah, as Matthias told, our database is quite good for a medium-sized company, and we already knew 4 or 3 years ago that it always starts with data and always starts with clean processes, and that's probably one of the only advantages that we as a small business have, that our infrastructure is not that complex as probably from Siemens, we already heard. So that was the beginning of the journey, and now I lost the question.
Megabot.
The megabot, why we want to do it. Thank you. Yeah. It's quite easy, because if we think about the automated company and all the use cases that we now gathered in the last 2 or 3 or 6 months, then there must be a lot to come in the next stages of this technology. And why shouldn't we use our advantage of being small and being adaptable to all different kinds with this transforming session?
Yeah, and another advantage for them is they have one platform, so one single point of contact for everyone within the organization. You can seamlessly integrate that into teams which they are using, so that everyone has a virtual assistant. We sometimes call them their own little minion. I don't know if you know the movie. So do the work for you, do it dynamically, just tell them what to do. We had also a great presentation, I think it was, from Andrea, which was from 2 bots actually speaking to each other, which was really exciting. But just choosing as a minion, as your personal assistant, and then makes the job easier.
Fantastic. Look, I think you have everyone in the room salivating over quality data and very well understood processes. Yes. Folks, round of applause. Thank you so much for that. Brilliant. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so again, more examples of what is possible. And I know Mark and Matthias have said it's a small company. Go online and you'll see it. It's not so small. It really, really isn't. Exciting, exciting company. Again, let me remind you 2 things. Look, if you would continue posting Symbiosis2 as the hashtag, and please don't forget the workshops next door. You need to get your hands on this technology. And when you see experts in the room and they've done the things that you're asking about, please go across, reach, grab them, ask them the questions, use the time. Don't sit, just passively waiting for it. Go and talk. They're more than happy to talk, and everyone ready to share. Let me bring Andrea on stage. Now we're going to talk about Liberty Global. We're going to look at the Shared Services Centre, and Dave's going to come on stage. Dare I say friend? Dave, he and I have talked so many times. Dave, am I right? You're a lawyer as well as a director of shared services.
Many years ago.
No, you're not getting away with it. So we've a lawyer on stage. We're very careful about what we're going to say and what we're going to commit to today. Andrea and Dave, please come on stage. Round of applause, everyone.
So thank you. So what we are going to say now will be used against us. So Liberty, I remember 18 months ago when we first had our visit in Bradford, in Liberty Shared Services offices. We've met Danny, Dave, and the entire team. They were lovely, so it was such an energetic team, and they had so many ideas that we could innovate inside the Center of Excellence. So Dave, as a manager of the Liberty Share Services and your strategic vision of implementing conversational AI in automating the financial processes? Dave? You have a poker face. It's not your virtual assistant
Andrea.
answering
No, I thought the
for
virtual
you.
assistant was going to come in there and respond for me. Yeah, so the question on strategic vision. We had to go there, didn't we? Thank you. We're here all week. Here for the next 20 minutes. Yeah, we've been working, look, as Andrea says, we've been working with the Druid team now for 18 months. And our strategic vision, I have to say, has remained unshaken. I'm putting it out there, the Megabot concept was it was an iterative process, and that we had, a little hand in coming up with the naming technology as well, just saying. But we've always had this vision in Liberty Shared Services that we need to meet our customers where they are. And our customers, as with any shared service center today, are within a group of companies. So Liberty Global at the top co, and then the operating businesses thereunder, having a common set of back office services provided by a shared service center. And in our shared service center, how we engage with those customers has always been critical importance to us. Having the platforms that our customers use to socialize with their colleagues makes us pervasive, makes us easily accessible. Having the ability to be able to be reached at all hours of the day or night, particularly relevant as we're serving customers across Europe and then into North America as well, so that time zone becoming super important. And we've always been of the belief that the closer we are to our customers' day-to-day activities, the better we'll be able to provide services to them. I have to say as well that the more invasive we are as well within those relationships, the deeper those relationships can go. So the more we understand about our customers' businesses and vice versa. And so, the ability to be able to engage with customers using platforms that they'd ordinarily use themselves to communicate with their colleagues, so things like Microsoft Teams and being able to surface virtual assistants via Microsoft Teams is a no-brainer for us. So that's something that we've been into for certainly the last 12 months. And then I think in terms of this strategic vision of what it is, what it could become, our ambition here is as we grow our service center out to more customers, we should be able to deploy these virtual agents just as, hi, nice to meet you, I'd like to do some business with you, and here's your first virtual agent. What we didn't want was 12, 18-month time horizon for getting these things deployed, to have to rebuild from scratch, every customer that we provide services to. We want to take all of those best learnings that we had from serving the customers that we do today and be able to replicate that at speed, and it was super important to us.
Yeah, so I liked what you said now, that you need to have them implemented fast. So time is the key. We heard earlier about backlogs of automation and ideas that should go in 2, 3, 4 years from now on. Where will be the technology in 4 years? So we saw how technology evolved from October last year till now with the generative AI. If we postpone the automation journey, the technology will no longer be at the pace that we imagined 4 years ago. So you were early adopters of basically everything that we did in Druid. Like you were our first pioneers in using generative AI models, the Megabot concept, the CBA, so we've built Conversational Business Application. We built from scratch for Sunrise, one of the companies in the group, the whole automation process for accounts payable in 5 languages, and we kind of replaced email. And we have now traceability, reporting. How were your employees seeing it? So I know that your motto is empower employees by tech.
Yeah.
How did your employees embrace the change, and are they fearing for losing their jobs?
Look, it's a really good question, and I'm going to break the answer down into 2 parts, if that's okay. So I think we have customers who are operating companies within our group business structure, and their employees and how they interact with our shared service center and how those interactions have changed. And then there are the internal users of the platform. So the accounts payable agents, the HR agents who before conversational AI, we're using a combination of telephone, email, sometimes some kind of ticketing tools which feel like you're kind of queuing up at the deli counter. You take your ticket and you wait to have your query responded to. And just to pick on the customer perspective first, it's really important that when we deploy these virtual agents, we build them in collaboration with our customers. And so, we think about, I just talked to you in the intro about meeting our customers where they are. And so the platform is always the first choice. So what medium do our customers use to converse with each other, with colleagues, passing messages between one another? And that is where we'd like our virtual agents to be surfaced so that they're proximate. We listen to our customers' experiences of using either working with our shared service center or working with local teams and how where the frustration, where the pain points are. And we when we solve for them using virtual agents, we're thinking about where we're going to get the most impact from an employee experience, and that we've got a view, and this is picks up on what we're talking about deploying quickly. We have a view that says that the sooner you can get these automations into a customer's business, the more we can learn from the interactions that are going through those virtual agents, the more we can then build out better and more advanced conversational flows that suit their business needs. And so for us, we always version our deployments. And so version 1 very much I'd refer to it as an empty virtual agent, perhaps not the correct terminology. The idea that you've got your two-way messaging interface, and that's capturing all of your data, and then we're solving using automations in the back end, connecting those automated responses up based on that particular customer need. So I think that's important, and the reason I think that's important is because from a customer experience perspective, there is an immediate gain reached from being able to interact with the shared service center in a different way, and that gain is that gain is felt on day one. So now I can use Microsoft Teams as another medium to communicate with the shared service center. And then on day 2, you're picking out those most common queries that are coming through from that employee base, and you're solving them one at a time. And so in doing that, we're able to provide this immediate response. And so suddenly your customers are getting that one-to-one response with the most commonly asked questions. And that means that they're feeling the benefit straight away, but it also means that we get that reinforcement learning in the loops. We get an awful lot of feedback straight away on what's going well and what's not, and that helps with the customer experience. From the employee perspective, which is where I think your question was coming from, being straight up is one of our core company values. Recognizing that the world we live in is changing now. The majority, if all of our employees, are experiencing a huge amount of technology-based growth in their personal lives. And I actually think that we live in a phenomenal time, the best time I think that humanity has ever been in, and it's all upside from here. I think a lot of our employees are expecting the technology in the workplace to replicate some of the technologies that they have at home. And Max Hanforth, our managing director, who's is also with me today, often uses this analogy when we're talking to our employee base. We talk to them about the change that they use, the tools that they use in their personal lives, and how, for the first time, I think, in my working career, certainly, the tools that we have at home are more powerful than the tools that we were using in the office, and Druid helps even the playing field. Just going back to your question, I think this is open and honest conversations with our employees, but I also think it's a recognition of the work that your people or our people are doing today isn't necessarily the work that they signed up to do when they first walked through the door. So when the job advert's out there and it's looking for an accountant, or when the job advert's looking for a payroll specialist or an HR specialist, the majority of people are not expecting that the day is going to be spent dealing with 5,000-10,000 queries that come through from employees, 26 different query types. So once you've done all 26, it's just repeat. And so I think this is also creating space for our people. One of the ethos of Liberty Shared Services is creating space for businesses to transform, and that's what we try and do for our people as well. The best way we can do that is by empowering our people with tools to mean that they can give away the mundane. They can let the virtual assistant take that over and instead focus on adding value back into those businesses. So we'll see our employees growing through our organisation and maturing in respect of their experiences, and that allows them individual career progression. It allows us collaboratively to take on more complex activities with the customers that we work with, and allows us to grow our customer base.
So basically what you're saying, to summarize a bit, is not pushing the change from top to bottom, but listening more to the needs on the ground, so from employees, from your customers, from your suppliers, and pushing the change or into the technology. So basically with Druid platform and logging in the conversational history data, we could pull out a lot of reports on what actually people were expecting to receive from the virtual assistant or assistants. And then we have built the entire automation strategy for the shared services department. Now, what were your key takeaways? Because there are a lot of shared services out there for large corporations, and it was earlier Siemens on the stage. So there are centers of excellence that say, okay, it's rather easier to develop on our own different tools, and I'm just calling the OpenAI API and it will work. Why did you go for a low-code, no-code platform instead of developing with your own tech teams?
Yeah, I think I've got to say, look, I do think this is a flexible and a hybrid approach to kind of whether you can build, buy, or rent, with technology. There's a couple of thoughts. One is, the landscape is changing fast. I know that we all know that, but we talked about, Kieran mentioned earlier, the technology landscape that we existed in 12 months ago, it looks rapidly different to what it looks like today, and I expect in another 6 to 12 months it's going to look rapidly different again. And so there's definitely and we heard from some of the other speakers on stage about have a business strategy, and the strategy should drive the technology implementation. I agree with that. But my view is, one, we don't want to be building something where there are better placed experts who can build it with us and get better outcomes faster for our customers. So fundamentally, this is about, what is going to give our customer the best experience here? What is the best way to implement that particular technology? Should we build it ourselves? Some of the things we do. Should we buy it in, or should we work with a partner to rent it? And so I think that build by rent's really important. With Druid particularly, we recognise that the team have got a huge amount of expertise in understanding human interactions. You've proved that this morning across multiple different customer segments, where you just talked about the breadth of your virtual agents and conversational AI, and that is a breadth that we would be subscale to be able to try and replicate. And so I definitely think the right partnerships, like the one that we have with Druid, can get you there faster and can help you to iterate further.
Yes, thank you. So besides being one of our customers, Liberty Shared Services is also a partner of ours, and we are building together solutions that will be available in Druid solution library, so other partners from the network can take and implement in different centers of excellence and then resell to their customer as well, the solutions that we are building together. So this is an actual important topic for the partners in the room and also for the customers. We are building together with our customers and partners IP that belongs to the partners or to the customers, as long as they are not yet in our solution library. And these solutions can be used by the entire partner network of Druid in order to replicate to their customers as well. So what advice would you give as a closing note to other centers of excellence?
Look, a couple of thoughts. The proximate relationship that we have with our customers has absolutely been the key to our success, as is having a really deep relationship with a partner that we know and we can trust. We spent a lot of time with Druid. I should give a nod to our transformation team who are sat in the audience, so Chris, Danny, and Shelby, who work virtually every day with the Druid team. I think the proximate relationship with the customer allows us to never stray too far away from a customer need. We talk about technology, and one thing that Max would say if he was up here on stage, I'm sure, is build the solution when you have a need, right? We shouldn't just be building technology because we can. We shouldn't just be building technology because it's a great thing to do, and we can kind of lord it over our competitors and say, look what we've done. We should actually do it because we're solving a business problem. We have a customer need that we're able to solve using the right technology. And so I guess, closing thoughts for me are that proximate relationship, really knowing your customer, understanding the changes that business is going through. We're a shared service center. We've got many customers, and what we have found is a lot of those changes and challenges are common, And so, we adopt the approach of engage with our customers, solve the common problems, bring your employees on the journey when you do that. So Danny, I know she was at the event with Roboyo in Barcelona and was with you a couple of weeks ago, Andrea. But Danny, often talks to me about transformation projects and about kind of going on this change journey. And she reminds me that 70% of transformation projects fail because they don't get the right level of buy-in across the organization. And I think we've touched on it earlier in some of the earlier talks when you were saying, how do you get that kind of C-suite buy-in? I think, C-suite buy-in is incredibly important. And I think, helping the CFO or the CPO understand the technology, but also the problem that it's trying to solve is critically important. The technology should almost be secondary to the fact that here is the business problem that you presented with, and this is how we propose to solve it. But then I also think that engagement from the people who are going to be using the technology, either interacting with it as as a customer or as an employee actually administering it in the background.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, thanks, Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, can my microphone go on? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Andrea. Look, there's probably there was loads of nuggets in there that you should pick up on. And Dave's coming on to Druid Talks in the next couple of weeks as well. You'll see that online. Please follow that audio and podcast because there's so much information and so much knowledge coming out of that. I had 50 minutes with Dave the other week. There's a lot of value bombs, as I would describe them, coming out the back end. One thing I do want to pick up on that last talk was Liberty Global are very, very transparent with their staff. And if you think back, actually, none of us started to go into work to do really mundane, really boring, really monotonous stuff. And over time, you start to see all these things happening. What they've actually been able to do is engage with their teams inside of the business, have, as Dave said, that fully transparent conversation. Now the bots and the megabots are starting to take over all that mundane work. They're starting to do things that, technology was designed to do, meaning that the staff who are in the organization really enjoy the work that they're doing. And you can see that in the retention numbers that Liberty Global have got in their shared services centre as well. Again, as I emphasize, please, please, please take an opportunity to talk to Dave about his experience, what was the best method and the ways to do these things. Right, we've one more session, and then Levu will come on stage to wrap up, and then we'll move into lunch. Let me bring Rob and Paul on stage. I've actually given up trying to remember, to be honest, the number of use cases where conversational AI works, so I'm not even going to call them back to you. But one area that is very passionate to my own heart is housing associations and the rental sector, because they're the same thing. If you're not from the UK, you might not know what these are, Paul, but housing associations are groups who try and provide affordable housing and quality housing to individuals who may otherwise struggle to actually get on the housing ladder or find a place to rent. And we're starting to see in this particular sector, costs are going up, money or funding from government is going down, and need is going up at the same time. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. I mean, especially this last 12 months, it's really been exacerbated by the squeeze on rents and the increase in costs and the fact of holding on to good people.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah, it's a tough part of the economy, isn't it? It really is. Rob has worked in this economy for lots of years. He's a 17-year plus tenure chief technology officer. Paul's one of our partners, I should say, works with Druid for numbers of years now. Rob, there is a lot of hype about technology. Let's be honest. I hear the words generative AI and RPA and hyper-automation, intelligent automation and everything else. And if I'm any business, and I'm a housing association in particular where cash is reasonably constrained and every pound has to count, how do I work my way through all of this hype to come up with an actual decision as to what I buy?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it is an increasingly squeezed market with the 7% cap and increased focus on compliance and such like. So we have to look at our own internal processes. We have to be much smarter in how we deliver our services, and we have to look at our service journeys. So what we have to do is wrap that up into something a bit less. We try not to even talk about any kind of sort of bot or AI or anything else. What we try and do is focus on the outcomes, and we have to look at something that the way I packaged it up was bringing in something tangible, something that's got very recognisable benefits in a short period, and also then, you know, recognising that it's a benefit right across. And I think that was one of the biggest things over the last few years, some of the initiatives that I've run. This one had a positive for everyone. It had a positive for customers, it had a positive for our colleagues, and it has a positive in the bank balance. I think that's really where it came in. What we had to do is position it very, you know, as a tangible element. So, you know, we had to say, you know, for example, that, you know, when we looked at it, I'd say, right, for the first months, we're looking at taking one process, you know, describing that down, going right into the root cause of, you know, why we do it, because housing associations themselves have traditionally been quite clerical. So building that credibility around when we say you press that red button, it will do this predictive thing, and it will always do that for you, and this is how it's going to happen, was a decent sell, and I think, you know, working with partners who can then deliver tangible demonstrations, tangible benefits, and make those very precise predictability. So, for example, when we put you know, our solutions in, right away, 400 hours saved within the first month. We also had an upstream value add around our quality of data, where, you know, when we first put it in, we had a 50% failure rate, so everybody's jumping around going, what's going on there? But it was because it was an upstream issue around our service journey, and I think that's where the alignment between, and I think it's been mentioned here quite a few times, the alignment between what we're trying to put in, what the solutions that we're trying to put in, and concentrating on the outcome, aligned to our strategic intent and our service journeys, and that was the constancy around our service journeys. How do we make it better for our customers, and how do we make it better for our colleagues? So it was you know, in short, removing the technology out of it and concentrating on the business outcomes, and leaving the technology to the technologists, and then presenting it in a way that the rest of the organisation can understand, and also, you know, good value for money.
Yeah, and that is key in that particular area. But I love, and you notice there's a thread of logic between all the talks we've covered today. Yeah. That strategic intent, that experience, not concentrating on the technology, the people themselves. Yeah. Enterprise RPA, Paul, we're hearing a lot about technologies, and sometimes I see people waiting and waiting and waiting before they decide to invest, because they're going, well, there's a new tech, it's a change tech or whatever. Is that the right strategy or the wrong strategy?
I think what you get to, there's some people have gone really quickly with technology, and they bought it because it's a big shiny thing that comes along, and it's been a big waste of money for a lot of them. Other people are holding off because they're waiting for the next shiny thing to come after that, and they're not addressing the problems the organisation have. And we believe we as an organisation can help them, because I'm not a technologist. So I look at the organisation, what are the business problems they have. We've got good technologists in our company. But the key thing is giving a roadmap that will solve a problem now, but make sure they're not going down a rabbit hole. And this is where our choice with Druid, which we've been a partner for Druid for about 4 years now. If you look at the conversation we had last year when I presented ChatGPT, you know, generative AI wasn't part of that conversation, but you know something's coming down the line, and there'll be something after this. So what we had to do is, how can we look to a platform that will allow us to deliver something very quickly to solve business problems, but make sure that 2 years down the line, the technology is still relevant. So taking things like, as a gentleman said from Microsoft, you know, they want to partner with Druid because of the platform it gives them. So we want to partner with Druid because of the quality people, the quality products they have themselves, and the fact that they'll take these new technologies, tell us what they can do, so we can then deliver it out to the customer.
That kind of builds on what Dave was saying there earlier on, in that they've built something, given value, iterated, built again.
It's take it easy, make it easy for them, that they're not diving in straight away. It's give them a subject area that we can very quickly prove the value of it. And an example of some of the pilots we did with our customers, within 3 days, the director was looking at and saying, this is going to make a material difference to what we do. You know, they can really see it very, very quick. And quicker than I've ever seen. I've been in the industry for quite a while. And this is much quicker of delivering value to people.
I like that a lot. I like that. And as I think it was Dan saying earlier on, the technology will keep evolving. So, you know, you can develop use cases in a short period of time, get value. The technology will change, you get more value.
Yeah.
But that sounds reasonably easy, Rob. But there's barriers to getting technology into organizations. What are the barriers you're seeing in the rental sector, the housing association sector, and how do we overcome those in a practical way?
I think, yeah, he's a good salesman. He can put that in, can he? Yeah, easy to do. For me, there's probably two. It's culture. I think I mentioned it earlier. You know, we're all about, you know, especially in social housing, it is about the tenant, it is about the resident and understanding what the resident is. So co-creating solutions with the resident and bringing them in. And I think I mentioned it earlier as well. Don't talk about technology. Talk about their outcomes. Try and tease out, if we start talking about technology and technology solutions, as a technologist, we've really failed because we're the experts. We can select partners that can help deliver if we have got a good brief around what the outcomes should be. So I think culture is a big element because everything was manual. Everything's, especially in our contact centres, you have, you know, there's the standardisation. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not paraphrasing wholly the housing sector, but you know, through conversations that I've had with other leaders, and especially in the G15, which is the top 15 in London, it is about that standardisation of approach and making sure the quality is of a standard no matter where you are. And I think that's where conversational AI and building knowledge bases and such like really helps. But you have to get that in a tangible, to the business decision makers, you have to get that as a tangible element. You have to get it as a practical element. So that's the first one, is around, you know, around the culture. And technical credibility. You know, how many times, let's put an ERP in, let's go and do this, let's go do, an ERP will solve your problems. It can't do that if you don't have that, if the business is suspicious and constantly suspicious about, yeah, I'll need 100,000 for this, oh, and I forgot to tell you about this. So we've got to be really, as a technologist perspective, you have to really look at, you know, what and focus on those key benefits and the realizations. And when you make that contract of, I'm going to give you this, and it's going to be then, and this is what you're going to get, it has to be there. It has to be there. So I think that's where these platforms really made it for us, because you could put them in 3 months, about 3 months, you know, conversation, like you're bringing in, you know, you're improving performance. And also, you know what it's like. It's viral in some ways. When you get success is viral. You know, that success is many fathers, that, you know, failure's an orphan type thing. People want a bit of it because they see performance improving. And if you see performance improving from a strategic perspective, you'll see the executive going, okay, we're getting better customer satisfaction. What's going on there? Our customer experience committees are saying, I want to get involved in that bot type thing that you're doing. What's all that about? When you bring that in, and again, have that conversation as a non-technologist, try and put that wrapper around it, it works. It works. So for me, technical credibility and, you know, just trying to evangelise through the culture, change the culture.
Yeah. And I think that evangelism is key. I would recommend this to anyone putting in technology. When you get the win, communicate the win and let people know them.
Yeah,
celebrate the
absolutely.
wins. Otherwise, it's a hard journey. Okay, so look, the technology works in what we might call cash-constrained or cash-careful areas. But you created EVA.
Yeah.
Tell me what great housing association / rental conversational AI looks like with generative AI. Describe that for me. What's it going to do? What's it going to achieve? How's it going to be different than not having that technology in the business?
Well, basically, we designed EVA in the last year, especially off the back of the generative AI story, because a lot of people were having difficulties. For example, in a call center, we have customers who have residents on hold for a long time. It goes back to the difficulty of retaining good staff. So you have people there who don't know the answers to the questions they're being asked, and they have to traditionally go and ask the people that do know. And that sometimes means putting the customer on hold for 6-7 minutes, whatever it might be. One of the things that we've been able to do within EVA is to use the generative AI capabilities along with Druid's capabilities to deliver script quality, consistent, fast answers to people who are fairly new into the business. So you're cutting the training time, the training cost, and you're given consistency as well. The important thing is the information you're giving out to people is correct, and it's the same as everybody else gives. So we're doing that, and by piloting it, you're proving the value, first of all, and that then drives out more things like, the other thing with call centers is wrap time. It costs an awful lot of time and money to do something afterwards before you can go on and take the next call. And what we're using is the capabilities of Druid to actually automate a lot of these processes to, if somebody needs a repair, to make that repair happen without the need to bring individuals and people into it, and automatically make sure it happens, you know, within a much more acceptable time. Because one of the big problems, one of the big drivers is customer satisfaction levels are very low.
80% of the calls that come in are chasing up on a repair. When am I getting my repair? Now, if we can change that to become a more front-facing organisation where, you know, you can recognise through CLI and IVR, you know, where we are and what we want to do, we can get that information to them right away. Because if that's all they want, then it's there. But it's also building that omni-channel experience where, you know, we've got a massive diversity in, you know, in our social housing tenants. So some still want to come up to a counter to have a conversation. Some just want a call. Some just want a web front end. Some just want an app. And so we've got to account for all of that, and we can bring that all in. But we need to have a standardised platform that can then bombast out the relevant information when it's needed. So we've got up-to-date information on demand at the time they need it. And that's where platforms like Druid...
And we're taking the need for call centres at every time to deal with the person, because you can use Druid to drive that through an automatic process to understand what the problem is, and to then take some actions, invoke some RPA tasks as well in the background to actually solve that problem. So again, taking the pressure away from the people who either haven't the experience, or the more experienced people can do the more cognitive type problem solving.
It's interesting that, because that is one of the uses of conversational AI, where people sometimes have struggled to get their RPA bots to work. Now you've more use cases for them. And I would go back to something Rob says, just we conclude off here in 1 second. That is the oddity. You get a lot of calls in, people don't answer the calls, which result in more calls in. So if you can actually cut out the calls the first time around by using a multi-channel solution, then actually you need less contact center staff, which costs you less. And if the questions are answered, you know, accurately the first time round by new agents who can scale up really quickly, then the other thing I was thinking is you're not actually interrupting the managers as well, who have other work to do at the same time.
The learning curve is much less. There's a much less of a gradient on a learning curve. You can bring people in and out, and if you've got that intuitive process internally that they can get up to speed much quicker, then yeah, you're absolutely right. It just lends a standard. You know, it keeps the performance levels where it should be.
Which brings you the satisfaction levels,
Absolutely,
which brings you...
And I suppose one other thing is it just didn't apply to call centres within housing associations, it's call centres everywhere. It's making the most of the staff you've got, cutting, you know, people probably have 20% body count that they can't fill. So if you can take that down and manage with the costs you've got, it's much, much better.
It reduces the overall cost per call.
Yeah, which is interesting. And again, look, we've talking about, and as you say, housing associations have call centres, finance departments, HR departments, and everything else. The technology works in a lot of places. To conclude, if people want to find out a little bit more about EVA, maybe jump in and get a POC with you and the team?
Absolutely, and we've found that within a very short period of time, people are seeing the value and able to measure very early the ROI. So it allows them to make decisions quickly, or if it doesn't suit, it allows them to make a decision quickly not to do it.
How would they get in touch with you?
Paul Agnew, paul.agnew@enterpriserpa.co.uk. I think we're basically, if you either go via Druid or via ourselves, we'll have a conversation happily.
Fantastic. Look, housing associations, this is an area of tremendous need. It really, really is. It's a massively worthwhile area. There's a lot of people in housing distress or need some element of support. That's growing in the UK. It's fantastic to see a technology actually, you know, for social good, making a real impact. Folks, Rob and Paul, please, thank you very much. I'm going to bring Levu back on stage just now to close today's event, and just after Levu finishes, we're going to go in for lunch. And please remember, we've got the workshops after lunch, and we've everybody in the room.
Yes,
you can ask questions.
Lunch, we have some demos who want here. All my colleagues are staying to support some demos. So I would like now to see some numbers about Druid, compare with the evolution of Druid. So at this moment, we are around 150, and maybe we'll arrive at 180. We're a global company having a strong office in Australia and in Singapore, having their major clients. We have in US a very strong in different location, and now we have a very new team with around 8 people. In Europe, of course, we have in major countries, and so we are trying to be a global company. It's important you to know that we have more than 70 partners, and our strategical way to go to market is through the partners. In Europe, in Middle East, in Africa, in Australia, and everywhere. Of course, that will do also direct sales, depends on how the client wants. But accepting the numbers, what I would like to say is that the major assets of Druid is our story. The story in which I believe, in which our colleagues, and I think you felt that that is exactly what is happened. We have a nice story. And based on this story, I think now we have created on this occasion the megabot. And this megabot, this story, it creates in us a dream that megabot to conquer Europe now. And then, I hope, entire world. I have enough time, based on the energy we have, to amaze you with this megabot. You'll see how knowledge, business knowledge, has this megabot and how much work is behind. I'm so happy that you are here, and thank you very much for this. And the event is not finished, but this first phase is finished. Thank you very much. I love you.
Thank you, Livu. We will open up the doors and make way for lunch, and we will see you in the workshops rooms just after lunch as well. Thank you so much for everybody for completing this first part. Alrighty, see you soon.